I'm not going to say that tonight's program is a flamethrower, but I am going to say I got a few things I want to get off my chest right here. And quite frankly, in reality, I've been holding back on it here for a minute, for about as long as I can. I got to talk to the fellas here right now. I got to say, fellas, who in the hell are you listening to? Who in the hell are you listening to? I would have figured that over the last month or so that we would have cleared all this out. And for the most part, we did. But I see some backsliding going on in some quarters of the weaker ones among you. I see some backsliding going on. So maybe it's because, like previously, I just sat back and I expected adults to act like adults, and maybe I just assumed a little bit too much. Sometimes maybe I got to say it a little bit more plainly. So let me just go ahead and say this directly here tonight. I'm here to take your corners. We're here to take the corners because we got to clean the block up. Plain and simple. Now, what there is right now is there's a whole big attempt here by some rather unscrupulous individuals. The old woman sphere, that because you live in your single mother bastard baby made matriarchy, they consider themselves to be the queens of the manosphere. And let's be clear, the financial sector here and the profit sector here isn't female, it's male. It is looking for the lowest, dirtiest, grimiest, basest, thirstiest, most desperate males out there and converting them into a profit center. It's absolutely disgusting. It's an insult to the intelligence of absolutely mature masculine men, but you see a lot of that going on. So I've just decided here tonight that I've been chipping around the edges a little bit, but you know what? Why don't we just go ahead and go on with a full frontal head-on assault and let the chips fall where they may. Now, there are some folks who are worried about these kind of things because you know when Jason Black fires up the pit, things go left for a lot of folks here, but I got to go ahead and call this out. I told you over a month ago, you all need to sit these females down. There is not a one. Let me say this one more time. There isn't a single female personality who has risen up in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years on YouTube who needs to be speaking on the men, period, point blank. And quite frankly, from what I've seen, practically none of them need to be speaking, period. A bunch of them are some grimy groupies riding coattails shamelessly. And they're out here to see if they can pick the bones off of the carcass of Kevin Samuels, if I can just be brutally honest about it. And this individual here, one Melanie King, not going to use other names, but Melanie King here. Case in point, when you see this right here, the money done run low. The money done run low. Now, I want to say a couple of things here. First, yes, I am aware of the video that Mike TV did. I'm not a fan of doxing people. I'm not going to say that's what he did. I am going to say some of it probably did qualify as that. However, I do recognize why he did it because a lot of it wasn't. A lot of it wasn't. So while we may have been riding the line a little bit there, the simple fact of the matter is a lot of what he was saying was absolutely relevant to where we are today. When you have a channel that was made for your children, and then you're saying, well, how did they end up with such a large following? They never had a large following. They took the channel from their kids and converted it to one for adults, and that's all there is to it. Well, that means something. What if you all are sitting up here listening to whacked out ass psychos? Now what? The blind leading the blind? What the hell's going on here? So now they turn around, and can we just be honest? There's a bunch of folks here who are not fit to be gainfully employed somewhere else because they lack the mental and emotional stability to be. So they have no problem setting themselves on fire on the internet. Now they're saying they want backup. Now they're saying they want to get folks together here. Let me tell you something. We don't need another female panel. We don't need another female panel anywhere. We don't need a high yellow pearly things. She was equally as inept as you are, Melanie. We don't need another high yellow pearly things. The both of you need to go grab a lawn chair and go sit down somewhere. And that's the brutal reality of that. Well, Jason, what are you talking about here? What is the issue? Is there an issue? Well, yeah, actually, there's a few things I have in mind for that. Yeah, there are a few issues here. Let me go ahead and articulate this and highlight this for you in no uncertain terms so you can see what the issue is that I have. When you've got Melanie here, who has a few choice words to say, rehashing the old subjects that Kevin Samuels made, I mean word for word, I guess she's saying it worked for Pearly Things. Well, if Pearly Things was able to become nothing but a posthumous, look it up, an after-death parrot of Kevin Samuels, well, since you couldn't get it cracking while Kevin was alive, maybe if you just resurrect the subjects a year or so later, folks have forgotten who said it in the first place, and you can just pass these off as your own ideas or your own revelations. This is the definition of shameless. Hell no, you have nothing to teach anybody. This is the definition of a shameless grifter. And I'm being kind by saying grifting. If I were to be brutally honest, I would say con artist. Jason, what do you mean? I mean this.
It's all about me. If you can convince a woman that everything is about her, then she has to buy a whole bunch of stuff to make herself so wonderful. If inside she knows who she is, she doesn't need all that stuff. Now there's the other side of it. I say we're all liberated. Are we? So on one hand, yes, we can go to college, we can get a degree, we can be doctors, lawyers, engineers, we can do all this stuff, we can make all this money. But how liberated are we if our girls have got that in their pocket?
Your money doesn't make you liberated. Your income and your education doesn't make you liberated. But I'll let that sit there. So we're replaying old videos here, and we're trying to make a different point here. We're trying to take somebody else's point that was made years ago and pass it off as our own. Yeah, we're just recycling it. But then you hear things like this.
Things that we're the biggest problem that we have today out here, where, you know, women are just running around, hot girl summer, riding the CC. I can do what I want, is my body, don't tell me anything. All of these things, they want to be free and liberal and live their best skeet and skirt life. And we're not here to interfere with that. If you want to live that street life, activity life, then you go ahead and do that. But before you say that it's impeding your rights and your independence, and this is what feminism is, that is a lie, sis.
Glad to hear that, but just one more brief reminder here, since she's so very much against that.
The biggest problem that we have today out here, where, you know, women are just running around, hot girl summer, riding the CC. I can do what I want, is my body, don't tell me anything. All of these things, they want to be free. The biggest problem that we have today out here, where, you know, women are just running around, hot girl summer, riding the CC.
Yeah, this is Melanie King. And oh yeah, by the way, this is also Melanie King.
We're almost done. Last one.
Y'all want me to be a bad girl? You want me to break the law? You want me to break the law?
Nah, look.
Mom of the Year. Yeah. What a fine, sterling, upstanding individual you are. By the way, I don't blame Mediocre Tutorial. I'm pretty sure he's pretty ignorant of all this, and even if he weren't, I can't blame him for it. This isn't his fault. He just turned on the camera. Can't blame him for anything. No, this only rides on one person's shoulders there, by the way. But oh yeah, y'all, I just thought I would take a moment just to go ahead and remind you here that this is Melanie King.
Problem that we have today out here, we're the biggest problem that we have today out here, where, women are just running around, hot girl summer, riding the CC. I can do what I want. Is my body. Don't tell me anything.
Yeah, that was Melanie King, and this is Melanie King, too.
Almost done. Last one.
Y'all want me to be a bad girl? You want me to break the law? You want me to break the law?
Nah, look at this one.
That's the first one I pulled.
That's the one that you pulled earlier?
Yeah.
According to her, she put that in the stack herself, by the way, but all right, fine, go ahead.
Geeks.
Yeah, I'm definitely a geek.
Yeah,
Like
I'm a geek.
I'm a geek. Like
I'm definitely a geek.
You gonna read the question?
No, I wasn't.
I'm gonna read it.
No.
No, I'm gonna read the dare.
You gonna read it?
Yes. They're gonna be mad if you don't read it at least. Kiss for 10 seconds on camera.
Mom of the Year, she's going to educate other women on being respectable, upstanding. I don't know what the hell we're going to educate them on. I can't imagine it here. Well, maybe she's got some more gems she would like to offer all of us out here, by the way. Maybe she's got some more gems to offer us. You know what? Sure. Why don't you go ahead?
No, like right here on the side. Click on the poll.
Don't spin on the poll. Why don't you have a poll right here?
Click on the poll. Okay. Click on the poll.
Don't spin on the poll. Why don't you have a poll right here? Guys, should he install a poll right here?
I should probably install, no, like right here on the side. You see all
No,
that
'cause
space
she
over
gonna-
there? I
she
can
gonna
move
hit
all
the
of that
wall.
out.
No, she gonna hit the wall. It needs to be
Like right here.
You gotta turn the fan off too.
The fan is actually never on. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't know why the fan is on. I never have it on.
Well, it's
So,
on now.
so yeah, the pole should be like right here. The massage table on the other side. I'm just.
If he had a poll, I would spin on it. I've never spin.
Oh, I gotta get a pole now. I gotta get a
But I
pole
would
now.
spin on the poll because I'm not a grifter. So I've never spent on a poll. I've never done segs, like eggs work. I've never done eggs work, but I would spin on a poll.
If I told you to.
Yes, because
Okay.
I'm obedient.
That's real.
Do you like obedient women?
They're actually my favorite.
Well, I would be obedient.
It
Like
Glad we got that out of the way.
The biggest problem that we have today out here, where, women are just running around, hot girl summer, riding the CC. I can do what I want. Is my body. Don't tell me anything. All of these things, they want to be free and liberal and live their best skeet and skirt life. And we're not here to interfere with that. If you want to live that street life, activity life, then you go ahead and do that.
Because you're right here to tutor them on how to live it. No, folks, this is not a product of folk being drunk. This is not a product of that. This is not even something I joke about right here. This isn't something I joke about, especially not for someone who's got children. That's not me being personal. You see, if we had taken this hard of a stance when the civil rights generation was out here screwing up the landscape, we wouldn't be where we are today. If somebody had put the children first decades ago, we would not be where we are today. And the folk who don't have the children are most concerned about the next generation. And the people who've got the kids don't really care about the next generation. And then those folks are going to come online and are going to tell you that they are going to start holding round tables so that they can educate the rest of us, and so that they can go ahead and mentor the rest of us in what we need to know. And what I'm saying is, who in the hell are you all listening to here? First, we had to dethrone the white woman king. Now you're coming up all this time later. Now be damned if you haven't got some people. It's not a large number, but I'm here to stamp the fire out completely, just in case there was anybody else who wanted to sit up here and act and pretend like this was okay. No, it's not. All of you need to be sitting your asses down. You have nothing to offer. Your job is to sit at the feet of competent men and learn. That's all you really can do. But we see what you're doing. You're just trying to install yourselves a profit center, but you're not building anything. So let me say this in no uncertain terms to everyone out there who may not have been clear on this before. Let me say this in no uncertain terms to you, and I will provide a visual aid so that I can be very, very clear about this, because I've tried to help some people to make sure that they understood that, by the way, I see what's happening here. I see what's happening here, and I will not pretend otherwise. All of you need to go sit back down in the high chair. You have no place trying to sit amongst the men, in front of the men, around the men. Furthermore, you're not qualified to host a table of women. None of you are Scheherazade Ali. None of you. If I were seeing a bunch of Scheherazade Alis out here, I could feel differently about it. I could see it differently, but none of you are. You're just a bunch of YouTubers trying to figure out if you can supplement your income from Mary Kay, but you have no place sitting out here talking. So I'm not really talking to the women right now. I'm talking specifically to the men. I'm talking specifically to the men right now. To the fellas out there, there is a sickness and an illness that has permeated the landscape, particularly here online. There is a sickness and an illness. And that sickness and that illness is that you've got too many individuals out here that they are looking for a high yellow ass to kiss. And they are shameless in doing so. And when faced with incontrovertible evidence that they're being stupid, they instead sit up here and start responding like they're ghetto crackhead mamas and they're deadbeat daddies. And we don't have enough men to speak on that. So what I'm saying is I'm noticing a pattern here that every time you turn around in this internet age, they looking for some high yellow butt cheeks to smooch on and degrade themselves to. So, it starts to feel like bondage. No. I'm not talking about bondage like the penal system. I'm talking about bondage like BDSM. I'm talking about bondage, as in sadomasochism, like they get a sexual thrill out of it. Did I say it? I said it. When you go on their pages, you see a bunch of males engaging in a sexual thrill of submitting themselves to these mixed chicks. I said it. If you all agree that that's what you see, and if you all agree that that's what you're witnessing, give me the fire emoji in the chat room, 'cause we smoking them. And hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,400 people in here listening live right now. But let's let the world know that we're on the same page here. Or if you disagree, if I'm offending you, then let me continue to offend you. But hit the likes button for me if you agree. Now, what you're seeing and what you're witnessing right now is something that you've recognized before, and we've seen this before. You see, it's real easy to get dudes online, the bastard babies and the lead pipe babies and the grown crack babies of the 80s and 90s. It's been real easy to get them to find some chick to snuggle up with here and find some white mommy. And if they're in the absence of a white mommy, they've gone off and found themselves a high yellow mommy that they are looking to bow to. And probably maybe that's a result of the fact that they don't actually have any leadership qualities in and of themselves. And that's pathetic. grown men sitting in the internet age, and they're looking to a woman to lead them. They don't have any masculinity. They don't have a goal. They don't have purpose. They don't have a unified ideology. They don't have anything. They've gone from being mama's boys to internet mama's boys. There is no place in the modern era here for the females of the YouTube society here to try to speak on these things. They don't have a place to speak. They've had their opportunity to speak. If you could have led anything, ma'am, we would be seeing it in the way in which you live if you were able to lead anything. But you have nothing to lead with. You don't have anything to teach us. Because there are no women who are looking to be where you are, except you have figured out, well, there are enough dumbasses out there who are color struck that they'll sit here and give you an audience. You know why? You know the real reason why? Because Melanie's not stupid. This is not a hit piece, people. This is a truth piece. Melanie's not stupid. Melanie understands that if you flirt vicariously, that there are enough bum-ass deadbeat dudes on the internet who will sit here and look into their cell phone cameras and will be perfectly fine with that. By the way, I'm offending a lot of people here tonight. I'll be wrapping things up here shortly, so don't worry, I won't hold you very long. Not a lot of folks like the program tonight, and that's okay. I don't live on likes, but like I say, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here shortly because I'm disturbing Melanie King's audience here, and that's my whole purpose and goal is to disturb them. No, I didn't ask you if you like it. No, I didn't ask you if it was okay. No, I didn't ask you for your approval. It's brutal reality and the truth. You see, when I did my piece on Pearly Things, it was for the purposes of making it clear to all of you. You can continue listening to her and watching her, but you're going to have to now admit to yourself what you are, King of Coons. You're going to have to admit to yourself now that you are a butt-dancing Sambo coon, and you're going to have to live with that. Every time you look at her, you have to just keep reminding yourself, nobody's playing along with you. We see you for what you really are, and now you see yourself for what you really are. Well, if that upsets some folk, they're okay, let them be upset. But by the way, if you're still looking over here, and if you're still listening here for answers into all of their sycophants who are trying to cobble together a high yellow woman king, we've already dethroned the white woman king. Now here comes the rise of the high yellow woman king. Now they're going to get together in groups and herds, and they're now going to try to convince you that they know better because they figured out, you know what, there are enough brain dead bum ass dudes who bow at the altar of mixed chicks, so we'll just go for that instead. Because these are fellas who ain't trying to build nothing or get nothing or make nothing, so we don't have to worry about it. Just tell them drop off their money over here. In other words, this is their, I guess the real issue here is that Melanie King don't know how to play an Xbox, because if she did, she'd be over there on Twitch. She'd be over there on Twitch showing her cleavage over there. No, I'm not going to talk about surgeons, but she'd be on Twitch showing her cleavage over there. Probably shaking some butt cheeks over there. Probably that. In the chat room, King fans, I think that's a very good question for you to ask. As a matter of fact, I want my mods to make sure he calls up on Zoom. So since King Fans has so much to ask there, you know what? I think that's a wonderful question. Oh, buddy, you came to the wrong damn place. Over there in that place where you all sit up here and rub your mama's butt cheeks on the couch and kiss up on, y'all sit up here and kiss up on the crack pipe. Oh, you've come to the wrong place, buddy. We don't dodge it over here. As a matter of fact, we invited over here. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the Zoom link up in the chat room. And old King of Coons friends, King's Fan 2001, you'll be allowed to go ahead and give us a call here. So why don't we go ahead and throw the number up for you? There you go. That won't take very long here. We're going to go ahead and get him up on Zoom. And since he's got so much to ask, and he's so concerned about that, I think that's a perfectly fair thing to ask. I also think it's perfectly fair that you be required to call up and ask that. I think it's only fair that you be required to call up and ask it. So I'm not asking you to call in. You are being required to do so. There's the link for Zoom. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat room. And Mr. King's fan has 3 minutes to be on Zoom. Keep his information. If he does not show up on Zoom, then he can be banned. And that's perfectly fine. But Mr. King's fan, he has every right here to ask that question. And I think he should be required to speak to me directly and ask that question. No ifs, ands, or buts. He should be required to do so. Now, by the way, if you show up on Zoom, just be very clear, folks, Jason is ruthless with that ban button. He's ruthless with it. So if you show up on Zoom, do not click the Zoom link unless you are going to talk on Zoom. If you are not, then just remember, anybody I see comes up on Zoom, I always bring up the remove box so I can make sure I remove you permanently. So if you show up on Zoom, just remember, you'll only do that one once. I recommend if you show up there, if you don't want to talk to the host, and just go back to doing your bath salts. Go back to doing your bath salts. Go back to doing your opioids. Trust me, you hop in here, and it's just going to be a rough place to hang out. It's not going to be a fun time. It's just going to be a rough place to hang out. By the way, he hasn't shown up here yet. So my mods, he's got 2 more minutes. He's got 2 more minutes and he can show up here, and that's perfectly fine. By the way, if he wants to ask that question, somebody should have warned him. I'm not the guy who sits up here and ducks questions about me. You can go right ahead and do that if you want to. Go right ahead, sir. If you want to ask about my credentials, I have no problem whatsoever stating and defending my credentials. Since I did that a few weeks ago when I said pull up or shut up, like y'all got to understand, to the mixed chick butt kissers, he's like, you beat up on my mama, you beat up Melanie, don't you talk about my Melanie, my sweet Melanie. And Melody don't give a damn about your raggedy ass, by the way. But then again, remember when I said this is sadomasochism. This is bondage talk. He wants to be tied up and beaten and whipped like Toby. He wants to be beaten and whipped like a slave because he considers being denigrated and dehumanized by the likes of Pearly Things and others. That's as close to sex to them as he's ever going to get. That's as close to sex as he'll ever get. In the chat, on this Zoom here, let's go ahead and make sure we have everything together here. You need to turn your microphone and your camera on for us here. We will not have trolling involved. So no one will be able to see you or hear you until then. You've got 10 seconds to remedy that, or you'll go on a permanent vacation. You can choose whichever one you want. If you don't turn your camera on in the next 5 seconds, then you'll be gone for good. Okay, whoever that was, they are gone for good. Somebody should have warned him, man. It's not even worth it to try something that stupid. It isn't even worth it. I'm already on top of the game. It's not even worth it for you to do that. I know. That works with all the other flathead children in the housing projects you grew up around. I know. Around them, you're the genius. I get it. Your head's shaped like a triangle and not a surfboard. So among those kids, you're a genius. Out here, you're just another dummy. But don't feel bad about yourself. Well, actually, do feel bad about yourself. I mean, I shouldn't sit up here and egg you on. No, do feel bad about yourself. As I was saying here, you got to understand that there's a bunch of individuals here who are seeing the males as a profit center. And guys like King's fan, yeah, he's the guy who will sit there and say, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's great. If you all want to know who let in all of these carpetbaggers, all these culture vultures, all of these false flaggers and snake oil saleswomen, if you want to know who let them in and then gave them a seat at the head of the table, let me be clear. I didn't say that they shouldn't be allowed to speak. They just should not be allowed to lead anything because they're not capable of leading. They don't have anything to teach you. Everything they claim they want to teach is just regurgitating something that they heard from a man who did it 5 times better. So they're furiously going through those men, or in this case, one man's YouTube channel, trying to remember everything he said so they can go pick up a microphone and regurgitate it and vomit it back out on the floor. But do you know what they haven't done? They haven't brought a new damn thing yet. Not a one of these Kevin Samuels copycats has brought something new. If these were their original thoughts and if this was a product of their own individual experiences, why is it they haven't brought anything new? Why is it they haven't brought anything new? And when you do take an opportunity to see what they're going to do in the real world and real life, when you do take a chance and have an opportunity to see what they're going to show you new that they've already learned or something that they were going to bring to the table, well, then next thing you know, you find out this is all you really end up seeing. You only end up seeing this. What exactly were you going to teach us? What exactly were you going to teach us again? What I'm saying is this is a lame man's OnlyFans. What the hell is this? This is some lame ass OnlyFans. Hell, they didn't even show you anything naked. This is how low most of these guys are. This is why I'm telling you, this is a mommy complex. This is a mommy complex. When you're dealing with a mommy complex, they're just looking for a place to sit up here and get their Norman Bates on. Mommy, mommy, mommy. So you got to understand, to those of us who are not looking for a mommy, that's weird to them. To the mama's boy generation, that's weird. To them, that's like, man, that's strange. What you getting by on, man? I don't understand. How you doing it? No shade here. What I am saying is that what they need to be doing is learning from the men. They don't have anything to teach us. There is not a single, not even one female YouTuber who has something to teach. They've got something to repeat, but they have nothing. Not a thing. Zero. They have nothing to teach. You know why? Because they're not men. Men are the only ones with something to teach because we're the only ones with game. And the reason why we're the only ones with game is because we're the only ones who've actually had to fight and struggle to learn something. How are you going to have a bunch of females explain female nature to us when they don't understand it themselves? Baby, if you understood female nature, if you understood its real value, you wouldn't be sitting up here talking one way and then sitting up here bedroom eyes on YouTube on another if you understood the way it really works. Ladies, I'm not being mean or degrading. This can be a difficult pill for you to swallow, but it's reality. And to the dumbass males sitting up here, just understand, a fool and his money never should have been together in the first place. Okay, fine. But the bottom line is, if you're going to have a mommy complex, try to have it behind closed doors. The real issue comes when you bring it out into the real world, because then it starts giving people the impression that this is how most men are. There's a sizable population of them like that, but not most. But as men, we better beat down this nonsense when we see it. There's a bunch of guys out here who are so incelled. Can I just say this? The Melanie Kings of this world and the, quite frankly, Olivia, you know better, but definitely the pearly things make money off of the incel. They don't make money off of the intelligent. They make money off the incelibate. And that's been their profit center all this time. That they're going to be the female mascots, and then the males gather behind them and go sis boom ba rah rah rah. And then the fellas sit up here and light up their super chats. And let's be clear, that's who these people make money off of. When you take a look at their super chats, it's men loading up their damn bank accounts. It's men loading it up. It's men making it go cha-ching. It's men making it rain. That's why they know if you show up with your little raggedy ass tacky gold dreads and throw some cleavage out there, Twitch taught these chicks how to get down. Twitch taught them how to milk incels over the internet. Twitch taught them how to do that. Twitch taught them that that's all it takes. Look, the white girls from Russia been doing it for a damn decade. They figured this out a long damn time ago, that there are enough brain dead, desperate, thirsty, no good, can't talk, awkward ass, socially inept incels out there, that all a chick has to do is sit there on the microphone. All she has to do is sit there and say something, show some cleavage, and when you throw some money, she acknowledges your existence. Hey, Bob. Bob just gave 100 on the super chat. Thank you, Bob. While she sits here and regurgitates something that you heard from a man. It can't be anything for the females. They have no female audience. There are no females lined up to listen to a female tell them what they're doing wrong. That's the point I want you all to understand. There is no, that's why Kendra G has a big female audience, and she didn't have to take an account from kids to build it. Kendra G has a female audience, but as I explained to you all, she has a female audience specifically and precisely because she does not actually challenge what the women are already thinking or feeling. Kendra G supports the females. I played the video clip for you all for her own admission. I take it easy on the women. Yeah, that's why the women tune in every week, because they know they're not going to be taken to task, because they know they're not going to be excoriated, because they know they're not going to be disciplined. That's why they want to tune in every week and plunk down some change and listen in. Yeah, they will do that. Well, what in the world? How in the world can these other chicks make a dime at it? Simple answer. They can't. The only way you're going to make money is if you solicit men. But what they don't have is any female support. Melanie King has no female support. Some of the Melanie King wannabes, hint, hint, ma'am, high yellows flock together. They don't have any female support. Which is why I said to you all from the beginning, you know that Derek Jackson's a liar because Derek Jackson has zero, not one bit of male support. So you can see who his profit center is. Well, guess what? Melanie, Pearly, Squirrely, Raggedy, Grumpy, and the rest of them, they don't have any female support. How is what they're saying true when they have no support among their own gender? How can that be? Because they don't have any. So the crazy thing here is the clown ass dudes who are listening in and supporting it and thumbs up and Jason, you wrong about them, you wrong. I understand you are dealing with a mommy complex of cosmic proportions. Hopefully you'll drink some Drano. But in the meantime here, it doesn't make you look any less stupid or foolish than you are. Fellas, the only fellas who are listening into that nonsense are the incel crowd. That's why their numbers remain curiously low. Because the bottom line is, even the incels know it's not true. Now, what they're not going to like is that I've said this publicly, because now that I've said this publicly, now they got to acknowledge, you hell, it's been said. But you can't lie about it, and you can't defy it, and you can't dispute it. Where's her female support? Where are the females backing her up and saying, you know what, we want to be like Melanie? Where are the females backing her play? Where were the females backing the play of Pearly Things to say that they want to be like her? Where was her female support to say, I want to be like Pearly Things? And guess what? They both got the same damn thing in common. They're just weak, sloppy, sorry imitations of a man that they stole everything from, and now just in real time they're taking it now. At what point do you all say, okay, wait a minute, I'm not going to listen to somebody who doesn't have game to give. Game to give means I get to ask questions. Does anybody get to ask Melanie questions and call her up and say, hey, Melanie, I don't understand X. The men calling up and saying they don't understand X, Y, Z, and she gives them an answer they didn't have before? How about the females? Do they get to call up and get X, Y, Z on an answer they didn't have before? Do any of them get to do that? Can they? Can they? There's a lot to understand here. Then again, there are some folks who get it better than others. Jason, what do you mean? Oh, well, if you just take a stroll, just take a trip down the whole stroll. By the way, 2 weeks ago, you know what? Let me go ahead and give you all a little bit of an audio aid here. Let me give you a little bit of an audio aid. Maybe this will help you out. I want you to read what you see on the screen while I give you a little bit of an audio aid.
Yeah. You got to turn the fan off, too.
The fan is actually never on. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't know why the fan is on. I never have it on.
Baby, you are my king.
Yeah,
you are a king.
Like right here, the massage table on the other side.
If he had a pole, I would spin on it. I've never spin.
Oh, I gotta get a pole now.
I would spin on the pole because I'm not a grifter. So I've never spent on a pole. I've never done segs, like eggs work. I've never done eggs work, but I would spin on a pole.
If I told you to.
Yes, because I'm obedient.
That's real.
Do you like obedient women?
They're actually my favorite.
Well, I would be obedient. I like being obedient.
It would make the utmost sense for you to be obedient based off of my requests. It would make the absolute sense.
But you didn't request anything.
I didn't.
They requested. Are you going to kiss me or no? That's just all we want to know. Is it a no? Is it a no? Is it a no? Like, we don't want, I don't want the extra. We just want to get straight to the chase. Is it a no? You'd rather drink than kiss me. Is that what you're
Mom of the year, or should I say scam of the year. So to the fellas out there and the ladies as well, by the way, if you want to know where this really comes from, if you want to know where this really originates from, it is because there is an ample critical mass of incel males out there. There's a critical mass of incel males. And those males are willing to make it rain in the super chats of these females. They don't care that it's hypocritical. You know why? Because they already know they got a snowball's chance in Southwest hell of ending up next to Melanie King. So the only interaction they have with her is financial, not transactional. Listen carefully, Rollo Tomasi. Rollo's a little bit embarrassed after what I did a couple of years ago. Rollo ain't never been the same. Listen carefully, Rollo, to update your files. And anybody listening to him, you need to remind them to update your files. All relationships are transactional, but all relationships are not financial. But when you're dealing with somebody and your only interaction with them is financial, understand something, people. Finances can also be sexually exciting to somebody. But it's true. Finances can also be sexually gratifying. Why do you think men go to strip clubs? He can go to a strip club. He doesn't actually engage in any direct sexual intercourse with the female, but he throws the money so he can have vicarious sexual interaction with her. vicarious personal interaction. And that is enough for him. That's enough. Yes, Southern Breeze, you're learning a lot here today. If you think about that, that's exactly the paradigm and the mechanism upon which strip clubs work. A man doesn't have to have direct sexual contact. People, what do you think OnlyFans is about? OnlyFans is not direct sexual contact. What do you think Instagram? Why did you think that Instagram went to be from a place where people just put up photographs of what they ate for dinner or going on a hiking trip to its nonstop booties shaking? Because the fellas have taught the world that they will interact even vicariously. Direct sexual act content is not required. They don't need to have sexual access. They just need to have perceived access. And these fellas will pay simply for perceived access or perceived proximity. That's all they need. When you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Why would a male be a fan of a female who is bringing you a diluted, corrupted, bastardized, watered down version of something he already heard from a superior male? Why would he then be listening to a female sit up here and say it? Well, he won't just listen to any female. It can't just be any female. There's got to be a specific kind of female. And those females have to be jaded and cynical, and they're making a cynical calculation upon the men and what the men will go for. But that's what they have to do. That's what they have to do. Ask you all a question here. After all these years of listening to Fresh and Misfit, tell me what the guys who listen to them have to show for it. We're going to go to the gym. We're going to work out. We're going to get muscles and get bank. Okay. 4 years later, 3 years later, 2 years later, how's that working out? Get game, get fit, get game, get fit, get bank. How's that working out for them? Do they have any results to show? Are these fellas any less lame than they were before? Do they have anything else to show for it? Or are they all still, after all these years, tuning in to Heckle and Jekyll and listening to them give their fictional exploits? Because here's the crazy thing. If this stuff worked so well for Fresh and Misfit, then you would see that working out in their personal lives a whole lot better. They're great for getting guests, but if they were balling like this and whatnot, they wouldn't have time to show up for a program like that. There wouldn't be the time for it. I don't have the ability to be on 5 days a week, 6 days a week. I got other stuff to take care of. I don't have the ability for it. I don't have the ability for it. There are a lot of folks out here looking to make a dollar and a dime off of the lame, off the deficient. And if you wanted me to tell you where I stand on this, I'm telling all of y'all, get all these hoes up off the block. None of them belong here. The only place they need to be is next to the men learning. I'm sorry, next to the competent men. Here's the problem. They don't have access to competent men. They don't have access to them. So guess what ends up happening? And that's deliberate. Am I going to say this? I'm going to say it. Some of y'all are going to think it's dirty. I'm going to say it anyway, though. I'm going to say this anyway. You're not going to like it. Just, brace for impact. I'm going to tell you right now, brace for impact. Only a calculating single mom could run game the way Melanie does. No, come on now. Let's just keep this all the way real. You've seen this over and over before. Only a learned, seasoned, devious, calculating single mom would be able to run the game down at this point the way Melanie does. You couldn't be no ordinary chick, just out of college and do it like that. No, you got to have gone through the trenches of deviousness and duplicity and deception to be able to do what she does with a straight face, with that little devilish smirk she's got. To be so shameless, you got kids and this is how you present yourself. Only a single mom does this kind of thing. That kind of gross core hypocrisy and looking at the world with a straight face, that Derek Jackson psychopathy where you're looking at the world with a straight face while you're living this completely hypocritical lie of a life. Only a single mom could pull that off. Only a woman who got kids and no husband really has the core beliefs and principles that would allow them to do something like that. Am I saying too much? Am I saying too much? Maybe I am. Maybe I am. So you know what? Why don't I go ahead and say a lot less? The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. And tonight, what I'm doing here is doing a little bit of clearing of the air to let some folks know exactly where I come down. There's no reason to ask me anything about any of this stuff right here, y'all. Let me tell you something right now. We got strippers, unreformed strippers, new strippers. We got little cornball chicks. We got every damn thing. And they've been talking noise behind the scenes and whatnot. But let me be very, very clear. None of them are qualified to speak. None. That's why all these cornball ass YouTube programs keep bringing them on. But these chicks ain't got nothing to teach. We don't need another screwball ass, worn out ex OnlyFans chick to fire up a cell phone camera, or somebody's cast off single mama to fire up a cell phone camera and come tell us some stuff we already know and already heard from somebody else years ago. We don't need you coming here to get your Kenneth Copeland or your TD Jakes fired up. We don't need that. The time is too critical right now. We don't need any individuals up here putting up clickbait and trying to convert a profit center. That's not what we're here for. If you're not a reliable source of information, you don't need to be speaking at all, male or female. And I am just saying it in a brutally frank fashion. None of these females have anything to offer. None. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm not saying that to be cruel. I am saying that they've had every opportunity to demonstrate what they know. And what they've demonstrated is they don't. After all these years, they've demonstrated they don't know. This is how they ended up here. So now they're on YouTube just basically doing some audio only fans. Or sitting up here saying, well, don't worry, fellas, there's one female who agrees with you. Don't worry, guys, there's one female who does agree with you. Now, she'll never sleep with you. I mean, not unless you get your money right. She's never going to come see you. She's trying to get her numbers up because she's trying to keep from going back to that job at Kmart. But she's not going to do anything beyond that. She's not available. She's here to grab what you got. And let me tell you something else. If the money moves somewhere else, she going with it. If the money moves to another profit center, if the money moves to another subject, if it becomes more profitable for her to go in on men than it does to go in on women, she gonna flip overnight. She is going to flip overnight. Her videos will immediately, instantaneously change to, well, you know what? Here's what the men need to be doing. And I promise you, it would be the most vicious, venomous, venom-filled tirades you ever heard. All the stuff she's been saying about her ex-husband behind closed doors, she's going to drag that into public, only she'll just put your name on the front of it. She'll just put your name on the front of it. I'm saying all this for the purposes of making a couple of things clear here. Men don't gain any points for ourselves, and we don't gain any credibility for ourselves by overlooking these kind of things. We've allowed the mama's boys to run things for too damn long, and I understand that the men have been busy. That's what it means to be a man. But by the same token, we don't earn any points for ourselves by allowing this to be our forward face. The men are foolishly listening to individuals. They're foolishly listening, and that becomes what's expected. It becomes expected that that's what we're going to listen to. And then that just feeds into the whole system of it. That's what feeds into it again, is that men will listen to foolishness. Men will listen to nonsense. I've spent the majority of my time speaking to the men, not the women. My reputation is that I speak to the men, not the women. I have never tried to be a place that speaks to the women. I will speak to women, don't get me wrong, but I have never been a place that has been known that I only speak to the women. I'm here to speak to the women. We only speak to the women. I've never done that. And we've accomplished real change with the men who come here. Yeah, because they're being held to a standard by other men. No, I don't put together YouTube panels of other YouTubers. I'm not saying that I would be against it, but what I'm saying is that when you have an individual who jumps up here and all of a sudden they're talking about we need to start collabing, are they actually trying to build something, or are they just saying, you know what, this will help get our anemic numbers up? What are they really here for? What are they really here for? I'm planning a conversation roundtable series with various women on YouTube. Fellas, that's your first clue. They're getting ready to turn. This first one will feature women in the black community. I consider that to be very interesting here. That's very interesting of you to say there, Melanie, because if you love black women so much, you've been dead ass quiet about pearly things. By the way, if Melanie King loves black women so much, why has she been dead ass quiet about pearly things and Nick Fuentes all this time? She's been trying to fly below the radar, and she'll poke her head back up and she'll sit up here and schmooze up next to mediocre tutorials, but she loves black women so much that while other black women have been talking, she ain't said a damn thing about her good buddy Pearly Things and Nick Fuentes. Now, do you notice all this time later she's been dead ass quiet, but then all of a sudden she's got the nerve to say that she wants to hold a roundtable discussion with black women? Why don't you go call Pearly Things, Melanie? Why don't you go call Pearly Things, Melanie? Call your little buddy that you're trying to stay in cool with because you think she's going to eventually be able to help you get your numbers up, even though right now her numbers are struggling. Why don't you get on the phone with Pearly Things? Because that's your boss. Before you talk to the black women, maybe you need to explain to the real black women. Maybe you need to explain to the real black women what that's about. In the chat room, to my mods, tell Jediah he needs to call in. He's got 2 minutes. If he doesn't call in 2 minutes, he's banned. Tell him he's got 2 minutes to call in or he's banned. You could have saved that little old money and put that on your track phone payment, buddy. They know better. They're not dumb. Well, they are dumb, but it's like they're not as dumb as they might seem here. But if she really wants to impress people, she'll start a program and talk about that. Although at this point, it would just be image rehabilitation. You had a long ass time to say something. You ain't said a damn thing yet. We want to hear you talk about pearly things. This is an opportunity to discuss dating, relationships, and marriage issues that women are facing today. You don't need a round table of females to discuss dating and marriage issues. None of y'all got anything to offer. None of you have anything to offer. That's the issue. You don't actually have anything to offer. By the way, brief reminder on Zoom, Jason Black's trigger finger is epic, legendary. Just letting you know. Still waiting for him, by the way. Still waiting for King Coons. Although he's been banned by now, so far, folks, it isn't a matter of Jason hasn't invited them to call in. People, if doing a takedown of me was that easy, they'd have done it by now. Folks, if the stuff that they say in the super chats and stuff, if that was really true, they'd have already just come in and brought their receipts and their invoices and laid them on the table. Blah! That's what they would do. If all of the pearly things butt kissers and the Melanie ass munchers, if all of them were really telling the truth, then they would just throw their receipts on the table and call it a day. They wouldn't have to argue, discuss, debate. They would just say, bam, there it goes, Jason. They would do that if they could. It isn't something you have to go in the super chat for. It isn't something you have to do any of that for. All you got to do is throw it out there. If it were that easy, they would have done it weeks ago. If it was that simple, folks, they'd have done it weeks ago. So don't fall for somebody trying to convince you the evidence is really out there. I mean, Jason ain't just looking hard enough for it. I shouldn't have to look for it. If the evidence is out there, you can bring it to me. If the evidence is out there, you can go ahead and bring it to me and shut it all down. It should be that simple and that easy, shouldn't it? If it's really out there. If it really is. It is also a time to address concerns and questions you might have about my content and issues you would like to see me cover. So she's trying to do a pivot on her channel. Did I call it or did I call it? She's trying to do a pivot on her channel. She's trying to be seen in as many places as she can, as many places except here. Now, by the way, y'all remember something that Jason told you all that time ago. You remember that I said, by the way, if I'm lying, if I'm squirrely, if there's a problem, this, that, and the other, why is it that little old squirrely things has done everything and talked about everybody in the world except the guy who set the bomb off? All these folks have no problem talking about anyone and everyone you can imagine, with the sole exception of the guy who set the bomb off. Now they're sitting up here, they're running and hiding, they're ducking under furniture, they're squeezing and squealing. They're doing everything except talking about the one who set all this into motion. Yeah, I know, No Teb Jesus sat up here and mentioned me to her, and she immediately started running and ducking for cover. She's found the phone number of everybody else. She's responded to the messages of everybody else except one. So if you want to know what fear looks like, fear is I will talk to anybody, anywhere, everyone, every time, any place, anyone, except that guy. Now, I won't talk to him. So what is it about that guy that's so damn dangerous over the others? That you are willing to walk into any lion's den, you're willing to talk to anybody, you're willing to face any microphone, except Jason's. the guy who set this off. So in other words, whatever was so good about him that set this thing off, you're still scared of it to this day. You're terrified of it to this day. And she's far from the only one. I got a real solid track record right now. It's far from the only one. You all ask yourselves, why is this? All these folks are willing to run everywhere else. They've talked to anybody, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, except the guy who started this. Now they won't talk to him. Just him. They'll talk to anyone, just not him. Maybe he asked different questions. Maybe it's because the questions he asks are actually substantive. Maybe it's because once he starts asking questions, it goes in a different direction. It ain't gossipy. And you know what? That's understandable. But I'm saying this to you all here tonight because I want you to understand that the men today are doing themselves grievous harm by setting a precedent that these are the kinds of individuals that we'll listen to. That's why men like you listening to me have to stand up and say, yeah, we don't fool with none of them. We need to have a blanket ban across the board. None of them have anything to teach us. They need to be sitting down and learning. In this current environment today, y'all, what do women have to learn about men by talking to each other? Do we as men need Melanie King to be our spokesperson? Do you all think that women are listening to Melanie King more than they listen to the men? I want a show of hands in the chat room. If you think that women are listening to Melanie King more than Kevin Samuels, Rolla Tomasi, Jason Black, if you think that the women are listening to Melanie King more than they listen to the men, give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. But if you say, hell no, they're not listening to Melanie King any more than they are the men, give me the thumbs down emoji. If you think they're listening to Melanie King more than they listen, if you think the women listen to Melanie King any more than they listen to the men, give me the hand up emoji. But if you say, hell no, they don't even listen to her as much as they listen to the men, give me the thumbs down emoji. Anyone who puts up the hand up emoji, we're going to have them call in so they can explain what we're all not seeing. Anyone who puts up the hand up emoji, we're going to have them call in so they can explain to all the rest of mankind what it is that they're seeing that the rest of mankind is not seeing. Somebody tell me, where are all the females gathered around talking about, boy, I really need Melanie King to explain this. I didn't understand it when the men said it. I didn't get it when the men said it. But now that you sent a female to say what the men were saying, oh, now I get it. Now she says here, the goal, more dishonesty and deceit. The goal is to create solutions that will help bridge the gap between men and women so that we get the results we want. People, here's the problem. Is this woman qualified to bridge the gap between men and women? Is she qualified to do that? Or is Courtney Michelle qualified to do that? Courtney Michelle is a freshman year novice student. Where are her qualifications to bridge any gaps? Gender gaps, sex gaps, tooth gaps. Where's her qualifications here? What kind of gaps are they going to bridge? Show me where they've qualified themselves to do that, where a man walked in and a woman walked in, and, oh, I didn't understand, and bam, after talking to them, ooh, now I get it. Call me Petty Murphy, Petty McFly, Petty Pendergrass. I'm just saying. Not being egregious, folks. I'm not being egregious. Come on now. Come on now. All right. If you are interested in joining this conversation, please let me know below. Also, please share this with anyone on YouTube that you think would offer a constructive voice to this. So they're trying to increase their profit center. They're trying to pivot. Now, here's what happened, okay? Here's what really happened. And I just want to be brutally frank with you all here right quick. I want to be brutally frank and brutally honest with you. Just real quick. Because I don't have a problem with quite as much as you might think. I don't have as much of a problem with quite as much as you might tell yourself. I really don't. See, here's the situation. The situation here is I don't really have as big of a problem with some of these folks as you might believe. Because I understand the game. I understand the game. And in many cases, it would have been smart for them to do that. After we knocked Pearly things off, Mediocre Tutorials was smart. Mediocre Tutorials was the first one to abandon a sinking ship. And if he had played his cards right, I'm just going to say this in front of everybody. He fumbled the ball. He did. Mediocre Tutorial fumbled the ball. If mediocre, but maybe he didn't fumble the ball. Maybe it's because it ain't his bag. Maybe it's because he knows his limitations and he's like, hey, I'm not qualified to carry this particular ball. But when we knocked off Pearly things, Mediocre Tutorial, instead of co-hosting a dating show with Pearly things, he could have took over the whole damn thing. He could have took over the whole damn thing. Not to say he would have succeeded in doing it. I'm not saying that. But he certainly could have replaced her importance with his own. She was on the ropes. That was the time for him to be calling in Melanie and a bunch of other females and having a serious sit-down discussion. But you can't do it if you don't have a unified ideology. If all you're going to do is get together and regurgitate what you heard from Kevin Samuels, that ain't going to call any new ground for you. That's not going to cultivate any new ground. You would have to have something new to offer and take us to a new place. You'd have to continue with some new insights and some things we didn't hear before. So maybe these folks understand their limitations. But what I will tell you is that he had an opportunity over the course of the last month. He had an opportunity to actually clear some new ground and to set himself up as the standard bearer. There were a bunch of others who saw it. There were a bunch of others who saw it, but I'm just saying, from what he said, I mean, you heard what he said. Apparently, he didn't believe he could do it himself. He didn't believe he could do it without her. When she said, let's do it, he was like, okay, let's go do it. When she said it. But if it was up to him to do it by himself, so he sits on his hands and lets the grass grow around his feet, man, the time to be going in on this was as soon as you saw her on the ropes. Hey, I've got no dog in the fight. I don't work with him. I don't make money off of him. I'm not trying to be friends with him. I'm not trying to be buddies with him. I don't benefit in any way. I'm not going to be a guest on his program. I don't need him to contribute to me. My stuff gets paid for regardless. I'm not trying to do a collaboration with him. I gain nothing. I've got no reason to lie or mislead anyone. That's why I am the most solid, reliable source of information on YouTube and the internet, because I ain't got a dog in anybody else's fight. I don't have any ulterior motives. So I have no reason to speak especially ill about him, nor especially well. I can call it straight down the middle. And what I'm saying here, and you all know I've done videos before here, my positions are very, very well noted. Hey, look, no hate about it. I'm just saying, dude, you had a chance over the last month to knock all these niggas off. You sitting up here trying to do collaborations when if you were really paying attention to Kevin, you wouldn't have to collaborate with nobody. You'd be running this damn thing. But you would have to have a unified ideology of your own that you rely on that answers all the questions that anybody else would have and lead them to reliable answers. If you don't have that, it doesn't work. It can't work. So what I'm saying is that over the last month here, before she got taken down, he was trying to do a collaboration with her. And I'm like, man, what do you need her for? I asked a question that he never asked himself. What do you need her for? What do you need Pearly things for? And what I'm saying to you is that all these weeks later, he's showing you he still needs a female to lean on. Well, guess what? The female he leaning on, she ain't trying to lean on him. She trying to rock solo. The female that he's been leaning on here, the first one he chose to lean on, she's not trying to have passengers. She's trying to rock solo. She just wants to use you to solidify her credentials and get a leg up, but she just wants to rock it by herself. That's amazing. That's amazing. These other folk don't believe they can do it on their own. Whole bunch of folks, a whole bunch of y'all in the chat room saying, wow, these pieces are falling into place. Yeah, if your other YouTubers understood this, why didn't they explain it to you the way I just did? Makes sense now. I didn't say some of y'all want to be fanboys and stan girls. Hey, look, this is about objective reality. If these other folks really wanted to have their own thing, they wouldn't be sitting up here trying to collab with folks who hate your damn guts. It don't go that way. Let me go ahead here and see if we can get to the phone lines. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jay from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Jay from Grand Prairie. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I think that people need to understand what Kevin Samuels, why he had the impact that he did, and that's because he presented the image to people of the type of high-quality man that women might want to be with. And I think that for a woman to kind of do what he did, she would have to present that image as well. But I think that most women out there that do, they're just kind of quiet. The ones that are in good relationships with successful men, they don't really want to get out and say anything. So I think that's going to be pretty much the issue.
I think Kevin worked because Kevin, at least at the beginning, did not present himself as being especially aggressive or threatening. Just think about it from the women's perspective. Kevin didn't really present as being aggressive in that manner. Now, Jason Black is ultra aggressive. I know that to which I speak. I'll be just straight up honest with you. Yeah, I'm ultra aggressive. And y'all don't even have to see me leering at you. Could you all imagine if I was on video? Could you just listen to my voice? Can you imagine what facial expressions I'd be making if I was on video? So what I'm saying is he wasn't especially aggressive and he wasn't especially threatening. So when you put all those other elements together that you were talking about, you couple that with the other elements, it works. If you take that away, all the other elements don't work. You just become, a gorilla in a suit. So that's the real difference. Delivery matters. Don't get me wrong, delivery matters. But also, Kevin had done what Pearly Things did. He lifted everything he got from a bunch of other folk, primarily me, but a bunch of other people. And he put that together. Now you put that together in not so threatening a way. It's like, okay, if you can say what Jason Black says, just don't be so threatening with it. Because you know me. A single mom gets on the phone. I don't have a problem saying single mom, but if it comes down to it, I'm going to remind you, wait a minute, who's got all these bastard kids? That right there is going to be considered too threatening. So then it becomes, okay, it's not because I'm lying, but it's because, you're so aggressive with it. Not because I'm lying, not because I'm not telling the truth, not because it's not reality, not because it's inaccurate, but they just didn't like the way you said it. So that goes a long way, man.
Yeah, but that's definitely true. But who's actually saying something matters just as much as what's being said when it comes to presentation to people. And just like O'Shea saying what Kevin said, it didn't. I mean, a lot of people were saying what Kevin was saying, but they just didn't have the image. They weren't the type of men that women wanted, so nobody really listened to them. I mean, you've had guys like that, saying the things Kevin said for years. So
well, but you've also had other guys since then, by the way. I mean, I can count on both hands right now the number of fellows who put on a microphone and lighting and put on a suit and cranked up a YouTube channel. I can name them right now, and a bunch of the rest of you can too. Now, they didn't come from that circle that Kevin emerged from. They didn't come from there. But these are guys who've latched onto it since then. I literally could name about 10 of them right now off the top of my head. I'm not going to do it. But I bet a bunch of the rest of y'all in the chat room could. Don't put any names in the chat room. But there's been a bunch of them, by the way, black and white. Black, white, hell, non-American. By the way, non-American. You got a bunch of dudes, not even in America. I'm talking about from places like the Philippines and Malaysia, trying to do the same thing. They got a suit, they got a tie, they got some microphones, but they don't have the life experience. I mean, what they're really doing is regurgitating what they heard from him. So even if you took the same words and put it in a similar package with a similar presentation, it for one reason, and I get your point. I'm not saying your point is wrong, quote unquote, wrong necessarily. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, even if you put it all in the same package, there have been a number of guys who have tried to replicate it in the same package, and it hasn't worked. They tried their best to do it, and it hasn't worked. I'm not here to talk about fellas' looks and what the females might think, but what I am going to say is that they've tried similar tactics, and it didn't work. And they were similarly equipped, but it hadn't taken off. So there's a number of things that have to be in place. I don't think you can make it work. I don't think you can make that kind of thing work if you don't have a groundswell of credibility to go with it. You can't just turn on the microphone and the camera and off we go. Kevin had to put a couple of years in the game before, the pivot that he made worked. For the rest of them, even if they did the same thing, I don't think it's gonna work now. And I've been saying this for the longest. People have not listened, but the Kevin Samuels era is over. Now, that it was brought to an untimely end is unfortunate, but the Kevin Samuels era is over. It's kind of like, the Attitude Era in the WWE or WCW with the NWO premiered, or Michael Jackson. I don't want to compare Kevin to Michael Jackson, but you get the idea. It's something that only works in one epoch. Look it up. It's something that only works in one time period of history. It's lightning in a bottle. You can't rebottle it. You really can't rebottle it. Even if I gave somebody all the same tools, it's just not going to work again. It's just not going to work. But I mean, I'm not saying everything you're saying is wrong there. Certainly he did have a presentation to it. Sure, that worked. In my opinion, the major part of it was he wasn't aggressive or threatening. They might have disagreed with things, but he wasn't particularly aggressive or threatening. For example, could you imagine, let's just say all the same, and you can tell me what you think, just take into account all the same dynamics. Could you imagine all those same dynamics talking to Brittany Renner? Take him talking to Brittany Renner and then take me talking to her. Do you think it would even happen?
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, he had a different objective, though. His objective was to get in good with those types of folks so he could kind of, eject to a bigger platform. So he wasn't going to do that anyway.
Right, but here's another thing of saying it, though. DJ Academics also talked to Brittany. And he was completely Now, he was completely confrontational. Now, he was a lot closer to me and how I would do it than Kevin was. Take a look at the results. And by the way, when those videos came out, Academics had a lot more views than Kevin did. So that was actually what people wanted to see, but that was not what she wanted to do. She wanted, a non-threatening audience. She also didn't have a problem talking to Fresh and Misfit because she understood they were a bunch of elementary goobers who didn't know anything. And she went there and made a complete monkey of the both of them. So yeah, they were not threatening. They prefer that, brother. The females, women know when they're dealing with something that's threatening and when it's not, and they know why it's threatening, and they know what they prefer to talk to and what they will just flat out avoid.
Yeah, of course I'm not a woman, so the woman would have to chime in, but I just don't think that from a, appearance perspective, Academics or, Fresh and Fit are anywhere close to any woman's ideal. But of course the women would have to chime in on that. So that's just the point that I'm trying to make. And I think that for a woman to kind of catch on, she's going to be the type of woman that has proven that she can sustain a relationship with a high value male. And, until that shows up, then, I don't think any other women are going to listen to her. So that's just what I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, look, the women understand when they're dealing with a fraud. Now, there's the real problem of it. The men understand when they're dealing with a fraud who's pandering to women. Well, guess what? The women understand when they're dealing with a fraud who's pandering to them, to men. They understand it. They know it. They see it. And that's why you're not going to have a female Kevin Samuels. Because the women know this is not the way women think and this is not the way women are. They know that you're just pandering. They know that. And the reason that they know you are just pandering and that it's not real, and I'm not the one saying this, this is the women who are the ones saying this. They know you're pandering and it's not real because they're taking a look at your results. They're taking a look at Melanie's results and all the females that Melanie is sending out the bat signal to now. They're taking a look at their results and they don't want to be like them. Women don't want to be thirsted over by men as much as they want to be claimed. And Melanie is talking as if she understands how to get claimed as she doesn't. Kevin didn't really understand it either, except to say, well, you need to stop doing X, Y, Z, but couldn't get you over the finish line. But the women are not going to listen to another woman run game. Men are not going to listen to a man run game, but guess what? Women are not really going to sit back and listen to another female run game either. They're not. They'll let another female lie to them, Kendra G. But they're not going to let another female tell them, let another female pander to men and say this is the way to go, and then they're going to back it. They're not going to do it. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 905. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Riri from Toronto.
Hi, Riri from Toronto. What a name. And what's on your mind?
I just want to say I do wholeheartedly agree with the whole woman influencer thing in regards to giving out advice in relationships. I think the situation needs to be gutted. And even earlier today, I was on Instagram and I actually saw a female posting. And apparently she's an advocate for, I guess, body hair and how women should embrace their chest hair and I guess their pubic hair, and we should all be wearing our pubic hair out in public spaces, and it should be an acceptable norm. And she was very serious about it. I believe she has a whole Instagram page dedicated to that.
Okay,
so
slow down. Slow down. Is this somebody I talked about?
No.
Okay. Well, here's what I want you all to understand, okay? Right now, especially since the pandemic put this on nitroglycerin. It's not on gasoline anymore, it's on nitroglycerin. There are so many whacked out, imbalanced, brain damaged, brain screwed, sick, psycho, demented individuals out there who they are just desperately trying to avoid getting a job. So what they figured out is that if they are shameless enough, pay attention, Riri. They figured out if they are shameless enough that if they can go on the internet, their whole goal in life now is to go viral. Doesn't matter how you do it. That's why TikTok is as popular as it is today, because basically it's a viral contest. And now you see more lies, more deceit, more deception, more clickbait, more outlandishness than you've ever seen. Keep this in mind now. Do you remember when the pandemic started up? You started seeing more challenges than you'd ever seen before. You've seen one or two since before then, but when the pandemic happens, next thing you know, it's nonsense all over the place. Next thing you know, it's nonsense challenges all over the place once the pandemic began. So what it shows you is that if the majority of the population, the general population, is left to its own devices, it'll basically set itself on fire for attention. Nothing actually creative, nothing actually productive. So when you got some female out here combing her body hair into an afro, when you got some chick out here who's making braids out of her body hair, think about that for just a few moments. Is this a normal person? Is this a sensible, balanced person? Or is she making a desperate, cynical ploy to get attention, hoping that she'll go viral? Because take a look at the rest of her Instagram, whoever you're talking about. Show me where she's building anything, constructing anything. Show me where she has a knowledge base or an expertise at something other than discussing her body cavities. Show us where she's doing something, anything else of a constructive nature that people would actually want to see. So here's the other thing, is that you understand when you're an oddball, screwball ass chick and you ain't really sexy enough to get men to give you genuine sexual attention, then you just start doing wacky things. That's why I told you all the folks didn't like her before, and I talked about Lauryn Hill and Erykah Badu and some of the others there. When you haven't really been able to get that genuine sex appeal, where you can throw your hips or whatever, and so you start resorting to other things. Weird things, wacky things, outlandish things, desperate attention grabbing things. And then we say, okay, you know what? We agree with you. Do your body hair however you want to. What else do you offer? Then she steers the conversation right back to her body hair again. So you're supposed to have a follow-up act to that. Once we all agree, okay, your body hair is cool. What else are we going to talk about? She's supposed to have something else to pivot to, but it's not there. If it is, she's probably going to tell you smoking weed or something like that. So I just want you all to be aware, you're going to see a lot of wacky, weird, bizarre things out there from a bunch of individuals who are hoping against hope and they can make $1 at something. But their real goal is not to have to go back to their job. And they're not afraid or ashamed to completely humiliate themselves in the process. Because somebody told them that if you humiliate yourself badly enough, you can make a bunch of money at it. And it's a lie.
Yeah, I think she's gotten I've seen her get a magazine cover, and I think she's been invited to a few red carpets when I scroll through her Instagram. So it's a bit off-putting, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're willing to be made a spectacle of, sure. I mean, if you make yourself a big enough spectacle, I suppose you can go ahead and do that. But just understand, you're not going to go any further than that. There's always going to be room for a Sarah Bartman, sure. And they always end up the same way. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. No, just understand, it's obviously accelerated in its nonsense here in the last, couple of years since the pandemic happened. That kicked off, and next thing you know, you're just seeing people's most outlandish base nature take over. So you're seeing just how desperate a lot of people are to have something, man. They'll do anything. They will do anything. You name it, they will do it. They'll do it. Why do you think OnlyFans kicked into overdrive when the pandemic started? A whole bunch of chicks who sat up here and told you what they wouldn't do. A whole bunch of chicks who sat up here and told you what they would not do. With conviction. And then next thing you know, they showed up on your OnlyFans. Doing some of everything. It's not because they actually believe it works. It's because those who can get genuine sex appeal do. Those who cannot go for shock value. But they're not deceived about that either. I did tonight's program here because I wanted to have a moment to discuss with you all that I see what's coming down the pike here, and it has been outrageously disappointing that some, not most, but some, have been demonstrating to the world how foolish they will be. And what they're doing is reinforcing to people the idea that all men are incels, not most, but all men are incels. That's the idea they're reinforcing. When you have a critical mass of males who are just so easily taken advantage of and so eager to get taken advantage of. So we got to ask ourselves a question as men. Do we want them to speak for us? Do we want them to represent us? Do we want them to speak on our behalf? And the first thing I want us to start asking ourselves is, do we need the Melanie Kings to speak on our behalf as men? Have we been waiting around all this time for the Melanie Kings, individuals who, when the critical hour came and the world was listening and the world was watching, when everybody was talking about that, when that all came down, Melanie King had absolutely nothing to say. because she was hoping that she could stay buddy-buddy with a YouTuber who admitted that she agreed with white supremacist talking points. What I'm saying is someone like this qualified to speak for the men? Is someone like this qualified to speak for the women? Much less the men. Is somebody like this qualified to speak for the women? Much less the men? And what exactly is it they plan on teaching us? Well, Jason, who should speak for the men? Competence should speak for the men. A track record should speak for the men. You know what the men need to do? The men need to stop looking for somebody to sit up here and ogle, and somebody to sit up here and be sexually tantalized by, and somebody to excite them, and somebody to cheerlead for. They need to be getting down to the trenches and looking for concrete information and reliable sources who will say 3 words you can't say anywhere else. Call me back. The fellas don't need to be looking for a chick to make them feel ingratiated with females. The fellas need to be looking for men who are going to finish their manhood training for them. Let me say this to you guys in no uncertain terms. Ain't no woman gonna help a grown man get to the next level of manhood. Let's just stop the stupidity at the next corner. There is no woman on this planet who is going to help a grown man to achieve the next level of manhood. The only thing that a female is going to be able to do is sit there and entertain you and give you vicarious sexual thrills, but she ain't taking you to the next level of manhood. Whatever gaps in your manhood training there are, she ain't gonna fix them. What is she going to help you to do to become a better man? How's she going to do that? Now, I will tell you one thing. A man can help women to become better women. But that is because a woman's purpose and place is to acclimate to the man. But the man needs to be fully built first. She needs to have that which she can accurately glum herself onto. A woman can't really acclimate to an incomplete man. I mean, she can do it, but it's dangerous as hell. A man needs to be completely built first. A woman moves inside that man. You got fellas out here trying to do the damn reverse. You're trying to find a fully built woman and then see if you can incorporate yourself inside of her. And in effect, you end up becoming a part of her program. We don't need any women telling us what the deal is and what the program is. It's our job to tell them what the program is. But first, you got to have one. First, you got to have a program. And this is where these fellas today went off the damn rails. You see why they are such easy prey to anything with high yellow skin sitting up here smiling at them is because these women understand these niggas is for the taking. Y'all talking about these women are for the streets, but these chicks are looking at y'all saying these dumbass niggas is for the taking. When these women see that you will so easily and shamelessly bow and scrape to anything high yellow comes sauntering into the damn room, spewing off whatever flim-flam and gobbledygook they're talking, man, that doesn't get any respect. They just say, let me run them pockets. This is like OnlyFans without the nudity. Call of America code 470. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling?
Hey, this is Joe calling from Atlanta.
Joe from Atlanta, what's on your mind?
Hey, I was calling to say to you guys, my YouTube has not unsubscribed me that many more times this year, but I am not getting my notification. I haven't unsubscribed about 4 times. I'd also like to say that you hit it right on the head in terms of the Just Pearly thing and Melanie. When I was listening to them, I'm like, they are doing nothing but redoing Kevin Samuels, who is redoing you. And I listened to it for a couple of episodes, And I'm laughing because I'm like, why are guys listening to this? They're just, saying the same talking points that Jason says, but they're just doing a much worse job. They don't even, if you challenge them, they can't even articulate what they're talking about. So I just wanted to go with that point. And also, with the whole thing with what you're doing and kind of what Mike has stepped into doing, it is breaking them down.
Well, one of the things I want people to keep in mind is this is the difference between information and entertainment. It was the real thing. If you all want to know why I took the lead attorney to the damn woodshed because I'm like, man, you talking about it was okay for Melanie King to say the garbage she was saying. I mean, it was okay for Pearly Things to say the garbage she was saying because it's entertainment. What the hell are you talking about, man? This isn't entertainment. We got fellas out here getting destroyed, literally. We got them getting their lives wrecked, literally. This is not the time for folks to be sitting up here looking for dammy entertainment. This isn't the time. We got to be straight up and down and serious about what's going on. Pull your head out of the damn sand. We don't have time to be entertained. Child support court is filled with a bunch of dudes who want to be entertained. Now they done changed the damn laws to make it easy as hell to sit up here and victimize us. We don't need to be entertained anymore. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 401. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? It's me, Malik, from Taunton, Massachusetts.
All right, Malik from Massachusetts. And what's on your mind?
Just all the facts you were saying about the pandemic and all these people going viral, all due to having nothing to do, or like you're trying to say, avoid getting a job or doing anything responsible with their lives or anything like that. It's crazy how all these one-hit wonders and viral people did it that one time. Now everybody's trying to hop on the bandwagon, which makes it played out.
Well, definitely, like I said, they're going to milk it for as long as they can. They're going to milk it as long as they can. So that's important. I want the men to understand, stop being a damn profit center. This is pathetic. This is ridiculous. This is pathetic and ridiculous. And it drives down the value for all of us here because it creates unnecessary confusion. It's hard enough out here to get the damn truth heard about what needs to be done, and then they want to have confusion around them. That's the problem that I have.
Oh, yeah, it goes back to your whole point. It goes back to your whole point of fake people and trying to fake it till you make it, and then it's like the real people that could see through that know that they could call you bluff.
Well, for the men who want to have the call, because like I say, if you're actually interested in achieving something, if you want to change the status quo and not just be a spectator to it, that takes a lot of damn work. That's going to take a lot of damn work to do that. So we say here scares a lot of fellas because, hey, it sounds like hard work. Yeah, because it is. It certainly is. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Once again, folks, David G in the super chat there. By the way, David, you're wasting money in the super chat. Y'all notice they just throw they extra little green stamps money. Dude, you need to give us a call on the phone. Y'all tell David he needs to call up. David needs to call up. My mods are taking a smoke break, apparently. My mods are taking a crack break, I guess it is. They're taking a Hennessy break. Not sure what's going on here. Somebody goes there, find D Tubman. All right, D was sitting up here trying to figure out if she can get her OnlyFans loaded up. D was trying to get her OnlyFans loaded up. I am Courtney Michelle. That's really silly for you to be in my chat room, ma'am. It really, really is. It really, truly is, ma'am. Y'all notice they keep hiding out in the chat room. There's a Zoom. There's a phone number. You notice they're not using those. Courtney, you are more than welcome to call in, ma'am. We all know how well. Oh, goodness gracious. We all know how well that turned out for some other folks. But Courtney, you are more than invited to give us a call. Turned out great for some other people recently, but yeah, you can give us a call. Caller from area code 404, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Greg from Atlanta.
Greg from Atlanta, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just amazed at all these folks that look at these females like Six the Goddess and Danica Marie and Melanie and I Am Courtney and actually take advice from these females on men issues. I never did understand how they got into the manosphere. It's supposed to be a place for men.
The manosphere was always a place for incels. And what you have to understand about incels is that incels are attempting to bully their way into female attention from an alpha perspective or an alpha status.
Well, I agree with you there.
An incel doesn't actually have alpha properties or alpha abilities. So he figures that if he's threatening enough or if he just gets together a big enough squad of other lames, then they're just going to be able to be intimidating enough that the females will just have to bow to them. So it's all bully energy. And obviously it doesn't work.
Yeah, and I watch some of these females, the way they even set up their cameras when they own. It's like you said, it's OnlyFans with the clothes on. And you got these guys that sit there and listen to them and actually take advice from these women trying to be men. So it's just amazing to me.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Now, when the females say what they don't like, I mean, y'all saw Slobsidian. A female says something he didn't like, he is cussing and every damn thing else. Pearly Things is talking about putting his ass in chattel slavery, and he was just sitting but she called him. And all was forgiven. Everything's fine. Everything's great. He turned into a buck dancing, pancake flipping slave. So that tells you what these guys are really about. Now, it sounds funny when I say it like that, but it's not so funny when you realize that I'll be damned, they're walking the streets with us and they're influencing the environment that we're in. Then you realize this isn't funny anymore. This is not funny. When you're sitting in front of a Pearly Things and making light of her talking about slavery was overrated and exaggerated, that ain't because you're so desperate to get next to a female that you'll tolerate that. That's not funny anymore. Or Austin Holloman sitting up here and, I'm going down to Brazil because they're so much better and different, the females in America, and them chicks in Brazil literally ran him out of the country. And he is terrified to ever set foot there again. And what I'm saying is, I'll be damned. Brother, we can't afford to have these dudes walking next to us with this nonsense falling out their lips. It's not entertainment. It's threatening.
And it's a lot of pandering, and it's not helping the black male issues anyway. So, but I appreciate the work that you do. Just keep on the good work that you're doing, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 773. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is DC Video from Chicago.
Okay, DC Video from Chicago. You have a lot of background noise behind you. You need to get somewhere quieter, sir.
Yeah, I have to leave the room.
What is on your mind, sir?
Hello? Okay, yeah, sir. I was thanks for the broadcast. I was just chiming in, listening to it, and I was actually sitting here like, this is like some of the first times I'm even hearing about the manosphere situation. I got a personal algorithm set up in my mind where none of these people that we talking about now that's been blown up and put on the spot within the last month have even been on my radar as far as to even go listen and watch to these people. So it's interesting to hear things. I just had one question I'm gonna get out the way. Speaking on people putting out information or having an opinion on something that, is misleading. I just heard they just canned Don Lemon. What do you think about that?
I think it's a long time coming. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Folks, stay on topic. Let me get caller from area code 706. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening. This is Jason. My name is James. I'm from Texas.
Okay, dude, I don't know what you're doing over there. It sounds like you rubbing your body super silky sexy down with your phone. Can you get it together? What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Can you hear me now?
Sir, last time. What is your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, this clown is hanging up here. Good grief. Folks, make sure you got your life together here before you get on the phone. What the hell? What the hell? I'm asking for you to call up and just... Am I on? What is your name? Where you calling from? Hello? Last time, what is your name? Where you calling from? Can you hear me? Jason's rude. That wasn't rude. So calling me up like that wasn't rude, though. All right. I don't get some of you crack babies. I really don't. Jason's rude. I don't. Crack babies like you, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Call Mirror Code 240. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is David G. from Washington, D.C. I was told to call in. I asked the question about the fact that Melanie King's message said she wanted to have a discussion with women about women's issues, and I didn't understand what the issue with that was.
Okay, so that wasn't what you said. So you all just understand the first thing these dudes do is lie. Now, he knows that's not what he said. You were not told to call in because that was what you said. So, sir, would you like to take another try at bat to see if you can try again to stand by what you actually said?
Okay, her message says she wants to have a discussion with other women about issues that women are facing. Where does she say anything about teaching men in the message that you're responding to right now? Right.
Now, everybody, you would be able to see in the chat room, except Aria is off on a bender on Hennessy again and deleted his message there. So nobody asked Aria to do that. So some of my mods are fresh out of rehab. So Aria, put down the trank, dear. Put down the trank. Nobody asked you to delete any messages. I know sometimes the voices start talking to you, baby. It's hard, so it's tough. The heroin in one hand, a mouse in the other one, she can't tell the difference sometimes. In any case, sir, I want you to take a moment to take a look. First of all, how much about her do you know, sir? Because for you to make a statement like that, I have to find out from you first and foremost, how well have you followed her before you made that statement?
I'm familiar with her. I don't watch her in depth or anything, but I am familiar with her.
That message you gave was pretty in depth, though. I mean, like I said, that message you gave was pretty authoritative. Yeah, that message you gave was pretty authoritative, sir. That message was pretty authoritative.
Okay.
It really was. I mean, it wasn't like you were speaking like you didn't know. You were speaking. She says for me. When did she ever try to talk to me in? No, sir. Let's not do that. Now, if you weren't sure about that, then why would you be caping that hard, man? I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment because, like I say, this is a scary trend for some of you fellas out there. This is a scary trend, man, because I'm just wondering what it would be like. It's a scary trend. Now, you said, when did she ever give dating advice to men, correct?
No, I'm saying where in this specific message that you're discussing does she say anything about teaching men? I'm aware that she does. Okay,
you didn't say in this specific message. That wasn't what you said, sir. That was not what you said. You said when is she addressed? Okay. When is she addressed giving dating advice to men, sir? You didn't say in this specific program I'm talking about tonight, that specific community post. That wasn't what you said, sir. That is what I said. That's not what you said, sir. No, it is not.
Okay, again, her message says she wants to have a discussion with other women about issues that women are facing. Where does she say anything about teaching men? And I'm talking about the message that is being discussed right now.
Okay, now he wants to rewrite it. So as I said, that was not what you said, sir. You want to know when does she give advice to men. You can go to her channel and find a bunch of advice that she gives to men. You can find a bunch of advice that she gives to men on her channel. Now, if you're going to try to, now you who wants to walk it backwards, I don't blame you. I would be walking it backwards. Now that he's had a chance to talk about it, yeah, I'd walk that backwards too. I wouldn't try to stand on that either. I really wouldn't. Because she does try to give advice to men. She does try to give dating advice to men. She sure does. She absolutely does. And she's not going to do anything different here. What do you think when she says that she wants to give, quote, dating, relationship, and marriage issues that women are facing today, that women are facing with whom today, sir? Sir,
would
she
assume
wants
that's
to give
issues
women,
that they're
she
facing
wants
with
to
men.
give,
Yes.
sir, she wants to give women, quote, dating, relationship, and give opportunity to discuss dating, relationship, and marriage issues that women are facing today. That women are facing today with whom, sir? Second try.
I literally just said I would assume it's men. If you weren't so eager to cut me off, I just said with men.
Okay, well.
And if your argument is that she's not qualified for that, that's fine.
Whoa.
I have no issue with that.
How can she advise women about men without speaking for men?
She doesn't say advise. She says discuss.
Sir, what do you think the discussion is going to be about? Spelling and phonics? Do you think they're going to get together to discuss the etymology of the word men or of the word relationship? Do you think that's what they're getting ready to? Sir, this is really getting desperate now. I mean, this really, really is. This really, really is, sir. Look, if you don't have a point, that's great. If you misunderstood, that's understandable. When you try to stand stubborn, when the foundation of what you were trying to make an argument on is clearly crumbled, now it just makes you look bad. It really, really does.
I don't think that's what's happened. If your argument is she's not qualified to teach men and you're more qualified than that, I would agree. If she wants to have a discussion with women about women's issues and relationships, I don't see what the issue with that is. If you want to say she's not qualified to teach men, that's fine.
The goal is to create solutions that will help bridge the gap between men and women so that we get the results we want.
And if she wants to discuss that with women from a woman's perspective, I don't see the issue with that.
Yes, sir. But the problem is that she's not going to be discussing it from a woman's perspective. Whenever she talks to Pearly Things or anybody else, she's speaking from a men's perspective. That's her whole shtick, sir. She does not speak from a woman's perspective. Everything she has to say, you've literally never heard her get on the microphone and talk about, here's the woman's perspective. Everything she talks about is to, quote unquote, enlighten other women on the men's perspective, sir. Show me when she's ever gotten up here to tell people about the women's perspective. When has she ever done that, sir?
I'm not that familiar with her content to give that level of detail.
Hang up the phone.
Okay, and I'll just
hang up the phone, David. Hang up the phone. Just hang up the phone.
Me. That's fine.
David, hang up the phone.
Why?
Because you already have immolated yourself. I'm trying to help you to stop going any further. Just hang up the phone, son. Jason, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. All right, let him talk. Don't worry, he got a point coming up. Are you sure? He sure is. If you just let him speak. I mean, I didn't mean that she was speaking for the man. I mean, she's speaking to the man. I mean, she's speaking about the man. I mean, y'all got to understand the power of high yellow magic. Where the hell you at, Courtney? Somebody tell me why I Am Courtney is sitting up here. She jumped in my chat room and then has disappeared. Where you at, Courtney? You next. Come on. You all got to understand the power of high yellow magic, okay? Y'all got to understand the power of mixed chick magic. That mixed chick magic is a killer. By the way, shout out here in the chat room to Dion Coleman. Thank you very much for your support here tonight, Dion. We appreciate that. I also had another super chat there. I also had another one. I forget who that was. They're going to tell me here in just a minute. I also had another one here. I've seen it. Was that Jay Freeman? I forget who it was. But yeah, y'all, that mixed chick magic is a son of a gun. These fellas are crazy over it. They're crazy over it. Caller from area code 510, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is crazy. I shouldn't be on the phone with you. The only thing I want to say is I think you're excellent. And I'm an old woman from the military, from Alabama, Air Force. And all I can say is I think you're 100% 10 times. And I'm going to continue to listen. Thank you so much.
Was that you screeching and squilling on the phone like somebody just won the Showcase Showdown on The Price is Right?
Absolutely, because I'm 1948, honey.
Okay, well, I'm glad you didn't throw your back or your pacemaker out. So I'm
I don't have a back. I can't throw my back anywhere.
Okay, everybody's got a back, ma'am. I mean, unless you were born without shoulders, unless you're like the headless chick. I mean, everybody's got a back. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sorry. I believe that if you lift it from the knees, you would be fine. That's not correct. Don't ever lift anything, women. And men, I advise you the same thing. You let some machine lift for you and use your brain and go by your gut instincts. U.S. Air Force, Alabama, female woman, 48.
Okay. Well, yeah, y'all, it's a mind is a terrible thing to waste, and a waste is a terrible thing to mind. So, yeah. Somebody's grandmama out here is still on the narcotic. Somebody's grandmama is still out here on the narcotic. She was one of them chicks from Freaknik. We just had one of the Freaknik grandmas call up. She still think it's 1993. Somebody let her know it's closer to 2023, baby. I know it's real tempting. It's real tempting. I understand. Somebody's Freaknik grandma called up. That's the kind of energy I get, by the way. You all should see some of my DMs and some of my emails. You should see it, okay? I'm telling you. You want to hear about my credentials? You should see some of my DMs and some of my emails. Man, look at, you don't need OnlyFans. When you got my email, you don't need OnlyFans. It's flued out. Dude, they'll use all they frequent flyer miles. All their frequent flyer miles. Ma'am, you're about to wear out your entertainment value. Is it time to take your meds or go to bed or get some warm milk or something? Okay, she was calling back in. Why don't you just go to bed, Grandma? Or Auntie? The methadone clinic, whatever is going on over there. I would suggest you do that because you don't want to become the focus of Jason's ire. So just understand, Jason's got a nice side to it there when he cracks a couple jokes. He's about to become the other Jason. Though that one can work too. I haven't had a little bit of a time to sharpen my blades. As I was saying here, though, a little bit earlier, that high yellow magic is the son of a gun. That high yellow that mixed chick magic is the son of a gun. Y'all got to understand, it's the son of a gun. These fellas will give up life and limb. All they needed to see is it was a high yellow chick. That was it. They saw that, boom, caping. All they needed to see, she high yellow, caping. That's all I want. Throw the cape on. Don't need anything else. Courtney, that ain't gonna work, baby. Let's not do that, y'all. Courtney is lying in the chat room talking about the Zoom isn't working. That ain't cool, Courtney. That's not cool, Courtney. You ain't got to lie to kick it now. That ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work for you, Courtney. You should know better than that. All of a sudden now, Courtney's got cold feet. Come on, Courtney. Rely on that mixed chick magic. Rely on some of that mixed chick magic, Courtney. Don't be scared. Know what? Let me go ahead and take away some excuses for Courtney here. Courtney's sitting up here loading up her excuses like the old Pac-Man video games. Loading. Let's see. All right, Courtney, there it is for you. There's a brand spanking new link to the Zoom, Courtney. All right, y'all. I got Courtney a brand spanking new one. And yeah, there's already somebody in there using it, so I can confirm that works. Does somebody need to help Courtney get a seeing eye dog to the Zoom? Courtney might be a little bit afraid. She might need a seeing eye dog to the Zoom. By the way, if you show up on Zoom, that's for speaking to the host. Anyone who plays on it, like Mr. William, who was just there, permanent vacation. Jason, you just going into Zoom and opening up the remove thing for people first. I sure am. By the way, if somebody needs to help her with a seeing eye dog, to go ahead and do that, let us know. On tonight's program here, I am reiterating and reminding the gentleman here about the necessity of not being a feckless, worthless incel. It doesn't work. And furthermore, to remind you in no uncertain terms that where you all lost the plot and where you went on the wrong turn at, fellas, we don't need any more, no more, not one, not even single, not even singular, one more female to speak for us. Not a single one. The ladies can be in the audience with everyone else, but what they cannot be is sitting up here instructing, and that includes the other females because they're not qualified to do so. All you have done is create a cottage industry of little lowbrow, low-level grifters, but they are not qualified to teach. And too many of them are coming out here with ulterior motives, and it's not looking like a good thing. We don't need any more reformed insta-thoughts and single moms with bright ideas sitting up here trying to grab a cell phone camera or a dynamic or condenser microphone and telling themselves that they're going to be the second coming of Oprah. Where the men took the wrong turn at is saying that we need to have women on the stage participating. They do not need to be participating. They need to be learning. But the reason why we don't have a lot of learning going on is because you do not actually have a wealth of competent men. You got a bunch of dudes who want to talk, but not a bunch of dudes who actually are qualified to speak on the subjects. Being qualified to speak on the subject means accountability. Being qualified to speak on the subject means that you assure results. Being qualified to speak on the subject means you have mastery and authority of that which you speak. Being qualified to speak on the subject means that you're going to stand behind what you said. Being qualified to speak on the subject means that this ain't entertainment. That's being qualified to speak on the subject. It's making it clear that this is not entertainment. Folks do not like to hear that kind of thing because once that becomes the norm, then now we got to hold it to a different standard. There are a whole bunch of people who are going to make a whole bunch of money off of a whole bunch of dummies and telling them that it's entertainment. Meanwhile, their lives are sitting exactly where they are. I've been sitting here watching this now for the better part of a decade and a half, witnessing as the fellows who were sitting here 10 years ago are still sitting in the exact same place they were 10 years ago. No elevation, no mastery. And you've got a brand new crop of chicks out here who are like, man, look here, we dirty in the game. We gonna take whatever we can get, however we can get it, and these fellas gonna drop it off. That's it. I don't know, fellas. Let me go a little bit further about it. Jason, are you going to go there? I absolutely am. I absolutely am. Since when did you all start opening this thing up to let individuals who have nothing but outright contempt and rancor for us start speaking? When did you start letting individuals who have nothing but absolute contempt for us start speaking? Now, you know, that's a sickness and a disease in yourself when you allow, you sit up here and open up the doors for individuals who've got contempt and hatred for you to start speaking for you. There should never be a lane for a pearly things, because once I showed you, I'm like, can't you tell this woman hates you? You can't tell she hates black folk. You can't tell that she's got contempt for black people. You can't tell that. I got to sit up here and go sifting through what she's got to sit up here and go full alt-right with Nick Fuentes before you can see something's wrong. You can't tell from her actions and the life that she's lived that that's what she is. You gotta have, she gotta put herself on Front Street. You can't tell from some of these mixed divorce chicks. You can't tell where they're coming from. Derek Jackson despises women. Derek Jackson is a Jamaican grifter who despises women. He has nothing but contempt for women. He despises them. And the men saw this from day one. The women never wanted to acknowledge it until finally it blew up in their faces. But boy, he was sure, to this day, he talks about how much he loves the women's. And yet he's got nothing but venom for them. How is it that the women allowed somebody who so obviously had nothing but open, outright contempt for them to speak for them? Then we start talking about some of these other people. Maybe it'll make a little bit more sense to you then too. Caller from area code 701. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
He has nothing. Yeah, my name is Kevin Jackson, calling from Carrington, North Dakota.
Okay, turn off your speakers, man. What's on your mind? Okay, we've got another phone snuggler. So, folks, I understand sometimes it can be very, very tempting. You know what I need? I need somebody to give me some like silky soul music or something like that, some hot tub music. So when these damn people call in like that, they rubbing the phones up and down on them, because I know what it's like to be Jason Black. I don't really know what it's like to be on the other end of the speakers from Jason Black. I don't know what that's like. So the effect it has on other people, I can see it. I can hear it. I just don't know what it's like to be it. But maybe some of you can help me properly communicate that. So maybe we got some silky soul music, you know, and some hot tub bubble bath music. And when they call up and it's, is Jason there? You can tell they're just so obviously rubbing the phone up and down on themselves. I'm talking about even for the fellas. Like, is there some LGBT chat room my number got put in? You got to hear this guy. Hey, boys, you got to hear this fella. Caller Miracle 703, you're on live with The Business. Oh, man. My voice is playing in the background. I mean, because that's the thing. My voice is playing in the background, but they got the phone rubbing up and down on them. So you know something's wrong. You know, they're getting the whole stereoscopic experience. They got the YouTube on their television. They got the sound bar playing my voice in the background. They got the blog talk playing me on the phone. He's rubbing up and down himself. Oh, I'm so glad this is on the phone and not Zoom. I'm so glad this is on the phone and not Zoom. I'm sure they would get on there, but I'm like, oh boy, I'm so glad this didn't happen. I don't know how in the hell I would explain this away. By the way, y'all, has anybody seen Courtney Michelle lately? Just asking for a friend. Just asking for a friend. She claimed she couldn't get through here before. She claimed it wasn't working. Brand new link. Asking for a friend. Is this Negro back again? Caller from area code 701. Have you stopped rubbing the phone on yourself?
What's up, Jason? Yeah, this is Kevin Jackson calling from Carrington, North Dakota. You straight now?
Okay. Sir, are you straight now? I'm perfectly fine. Are you finished oiling you up and,
Yeah, I'm cool.
All right, just you got your leather chaps on or whatever. I'm just saying, can you take them off before you answer the phone? What is on your mind, Kevin?
Yeah, man. When you show these females, the only thing I see is eye candy. You know, these females on here, they ain't really talking about nothing. They're showing their good looks and enticing men. You know, there's only one or two females that's on the YouTube manosphere that I listen to, and they talking about black empowerment. They talking about following the black man's lead, and they talking about apologizing for the role they played in destroying the black community. So, and far as these misfits characters,
that sounds nice and everything.
Why would you want to listen to a man laying in bed with a white man?
Well, that's
what I don't understand. How he gonna give you some
That's
advice?
a good question, but here's the thing: some of this stuff that some of these chicks say, it might sound nice. It talks a good game. Don't get me wrong, and I certainly don't want to disparage anyone whose feelings are in the right place. Here's the issue that I have. The issue that I have is they're trying to take a leadership position. You cannot tell me that you are backing the black men's play and you got a whole YouTube channel or something like that where you trying to lead. Because you're talking one thing out of one side of your mouth, but that's not the way you're living. So I'm looking at these females out here who got these various channels and stuff, and all I'm saying to y'all is, where are the men that they are submitting themselves to? If this is what they're about, and they're about that life, and this is what they really live in, and black empowerment and all that's great and everything, but what I'm saying is I'm looking to see where's the man that she is submitting herself to. She doesn't have to be married to him, but I need to see where is the man that you're submitting yourself to? Because if you're telling me that this is the way you need to live and all the other women need to correct themselves or whatever, and yet I'm looking at your life and you're not submitting to anybody. I'm looking on your channel and there is no man leading you on your channel. So you're forward facing and you're leading, but there is no man leading you. At some point we got to say, are we being sold something? Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 615. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Courtney Michelle, and I'm calling from Tennessee.
I never would have guessed with that accent, Courtney.
Oh, it's a little southern. Well, I didn't know. I saw my picture and I was like, oh, okay. And then you told me to call, but I've called before, so I hope you know that I'm not scared to call or talk to you.
No.
We've talked before.
Well, Courtney, yeah, we have talked before, as a matter of fact here. Although I couldn't help but
Yeah.
notice, I did think it was a good opportunity here because, of course, I try not to speak on things that I am not certain about. Just go and ask old David G, who called in earlier. I certainly would never want to end up like him. Courtney, is there anything you would like to get off your chest or, confess to the world before I say anything else?
No.
Nothing in particular that you think you need to explain?
No, I have nothing to explain.
Some of the company we've kept recently.
I mean, but I'm here for the dialogue for sure.
Nothing that no company that you've kept recently that you might need to explain.
No.
Okay,
But,
in my chat room here.
No, I don't. I'm clueless right now.
Okay. Courtney.
Yes, Jason.
I couldn't help but notice here. Have you been hanging out with any former police officers lately?
You talking about Nathan Daly?
Oh, no,
Have I been hanging out with him?
She got real quick then, now didn't she? Now, she didn't know anything before. Now, all of a sudden, really. That changed.
Well, no, I have no idea why my picture was up.
Okay.
So if you talking about Nathan Daly, that's something
tap dancing
different, but yes.
Tap dancing heavy, y'all. Tap dancing heavy.
No. Okay. Well, I'm not tap dancing if you want to talk about Nathan for sure, but
I don't want to talk about Nathan, man.
I'm close.
Don't want to talk about Nathan. Now, about you, that's a different matter. I mean, sure, but not about him.
Okay. Well, we can talk about me. So, first, I'm not mixed. Okay, I'm blackity black.
Courtney, no offense, baby. If you're not mixed, you'll do till the mixed chick gets here. But go ahead.
Okay. But no, so we can definitely discuss me. So, from what I'm hearing with you, again, I've rarely had such a disagreement since I've been listening into your to what you have to say, but I guess I'm trying to correlate it with me. And I think a lot of times with women, we get in a circle as if we're all the same, and I mean, we're not. And I don't at all teach to men. I don't want to hold any leadership with men at all. So, I mean, you tell me. I mean, I can answer anything.
Now, do you all notice she ain't said nothing else? But by the way, I mean, you saw my program about the good and wonderful and, Mr. Nathan there. So his reputation certainly precedes him. So I just couldn't help but notice that you keep some interesting circles.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's just about my friendship with Nathan, because Nathan is my friend. He's been my friend for a very long time.
I'm sure.
And
yeah, as a matter of fact, he seems like your kind of people. So I find that very simple to believe. Yes, that was my whole point. I find that very simple to believe.
Okay.
So I just wanted the fellas out there to be aware that, by the way, keep in mind that Melanie, Queen of Scams, is getting together a roster of individuals. And I just thought you all should be aware here that, by the way, there are certain folks out there who are wanting to lead in discussions, and things tend to go south after a little bit. They tend to go south. And by the way, just in case you all have forgotten who it was, a little bit of a visual aid on your screens. So just to make sure, Courtney, I just want to make sure for everybody, I'm not mischaracterizing you, nor am I distorting the facts. Correct?
Well, how are you categorizing me?
Okay.
So are you categorizing me because of, I'm cool with Nathan Daly, that we don't, and I want to be very specific because I don't throw people away. And even with Nathan, we have different ideologies and different perspectives on
Is
things.
this what would we label this considerate cooning? Would we label this considerate cooning at this point, or just would it be something else? Tell me. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. I'm just curious about that. That's all.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Maybe I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, I couldn't help but notice that. I'm just wondering, is this would we consider this to be considerate cooning, or would it be something else? Because she says, well, I don't throw people away. Well, I didn't say anything about throwing people away. No, I certainly didn't say that. However, I am just curious because when push came to shove and when the preeminent white supremacist spokesperson on YouTube, Just Pearly Things, spoke up, your friend, and it is not guilt by association. No, it's association by association. I couldn't help but notice he was 10 toes down for her. And there were a bunch of people who were saying a bunch of negative things about you in regard to her. And you claimed up one side and down the other. Why, no, that ain't me. And I know it might have seemed to a lot of slow-witted people at the time that Jason was just believing it or accepting everything he heard because he was not challenging her directly on it. And to the slow bus children, it might have seemed that way. But I think you all can tell now it's not that Jason didn't know. It certainly wasn't that. It is because you all need to wait until you see the right thing. So at this point right now it would be kind of difficult, but you're certainly welcome to explain it away.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what you're wanting me to explain. So
Which part of slavery was exaggerated? Do you agree with? Because it seems like you.
I don't agree.
It seems It seems you have misrepresented yourself since our previous discussion, and I think it would be time to just at least do the decent thing and just say, well, hey, here's where I really stand on
it. Okay. So, well, I haven't misrepresented anything, and everything that I've said, I've stood up for, and I will double down on. Now, everybody in my life doesn't have the same views as me.
So you're telling me that you've got friends who believe that slavery was exaggerated and embellished.
No, Jason, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about friends in general.
Okay, you started by saying that Nate. You started by saying that Nate is one of your friends.
I'm not saying that.
You just said that he's one of your friends. You just said that.
I did. And there's nothing that he's told me that he believes that slavery is exaggerated, and that's definitely not my stance.
Okay. Did you hear what I played? Did you hear him on The Lead Attorney?
Okay.
Did you hear him there? Because I know you did, because you heard me play him.
Well, I've seen him on The Lead Attorney, yes. Now, if you played him on this show or previous, I didn't see that particular clip. But if he's saying something outlandish, I mean, that's a conversation. And I think that with you guys, you should talk to Nathan about that. I'm not his woman. I'm not his. I don't know what you're wanting me to do with Nathan. But Nathan, I am cool with, and I respect him, and I respect his service.
Okay, then in that case, then would you have a problem with anybody who was still cool with Pearly Things?
Do I have a problem with anyone that's still cool with Pearly Things? I don't know anyone that's cool with her.
I didn't ask you that. I said I did not ask you if you knew anyone who was. I asked you, would you have a problem with, ma'am?
I mean, I would question absolutely on that. I would definitely question if they're buddies with just pearly things and knowing her character, yes, I would definitely question that.
Okay, so a fellow who calls lead attorney and is outright full-throated Spartan shield defending pearly things, that you don't question.
No, I would question.
You're not
And
now.
those conversations, if I have questions or anything with Nathan, or if I'm on the show, I mean, that's it. But if I'm going to say that I'm not going to be
Okay, that sentence you just said wasn't even a complete sentence, by the way. Why don't you go back and try that again? Y'all, she's stuttering so badly, she's not even finishing her sentences. That wasn't even a complete thought you just said. Try it again.
Okay. Well, Jason, I'm not stuttering, and I am trying to have a conversation with you legit because, I saw my picture and I didn't know why, but if this is a conversation about why I'm cool with Nathan,
well, that's one.
Then
That's one. I'll keep going here. That's one. I'll keep going here in a moment. Now, that's hardly the only thing. And you already know, Jason.
Okay.
And by the way, you're familiar enough with me to know that Jason doesn't just come with one invoice. Ask Pearly things.
Okay.
Ask Pearly things if I just come with one invoice. Oh, wait a minute. You can't ask her anymore. Never mind. Ask the lead attorney. Oh, wait a minute. You can't ask him anymore either. But by the way, if you could get a Ouija board and ask either one of them, Jason doesn't come with just one invoice. Because you see, that wouldn't be enough for the general public. They would try to explain away one thing. You won't be able to explain away all of them. But by the way, yeah, Pearly Things is the devil incarnate, but your friend, unprovoked and unsolicited, called up the lead attorney and they both were sitting up there, Mutt and Jeff, defending Pearly Things, and I just couldn't help but notice that right after that, why, there you are live and in person with the man of the hour in question. And I just couldn't help but notice that. And I just found that to be hella odd, because it wasn't like we had some precursor, some warning that you and him were, olive oil and Popeye. We didn't have any warning about that. But I just couldn't help but notice Nathan's only claim to fame is defending Pearly Things. That's a core tenet of his character. He saw her in trouble and he swung to the rescue. And there you are.
Well, that's not his claim to fame. And I don't know Nathan because of just Pearly Things.
The world does.
I know Nathan. Okay. Well, I'm not going to, I guess, defend why I respect Nathan. Again, he might not think like me, and that's fine. A lot of people might not think like me, and we can have those open-end discussions about why I think this and why he thinks that. But again, Nathan has been my friend for a long time.
And if he thinks that a white person saying slavery is embellished, isn't racist, well, you chalk that up to, well, he just doesn't think like me.
Well, he didn't. He's never told that to me. He's never said slavery was embellished.
Okay, he sat there on the lead attorney's program in front of the world and defended Pearly Things and said that for that white woman to say that was not racist.
Okay. Well, if he said that, then that's a conversation I guess I can have with him. And I don't know what else I'm calling.
Now, Pearly Things, we don't need to have a conversation with her. Now, Pearly Things, you wouldn't be mincing words about her. You'd just go straight to, yeah, that's not acceptable. So that was the first thing. I just wanted to put that out there and whatnot. I thought that was great. By the way, also, are you going to be joining Melanie King for her little powwow soiree?
So she did post that today, and I did get tagged in it. So I might. I'm not quite sure.
You're not sure?
So, I think that if she's wanting to do a powwow with Black women and start having conversation about women with women, I actually think that's a really good idea. Me personally, I'm a little burnt out of everything that's going on. I'm burnt out of the space. Like I'm completely
convenient. Huh. But you know what? I can understand that.
Yeah, I'm quite burnt out. So
I'm looking at your
I don't
Instagram
know
right
what that
now.
looks like.
You look burnt out right
Mhm.
now. I'm on your Instagram. You look burnt out.
I was burnt out on my Instagram.
Yeah, I'm being facetious, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
No, actually you look tan, tested, and ready. So you actually don't look burnt out on Instagram to me, but I'll take your word for it if you say you are, but you don't look burnt out to me, so you look pretty good for burnt out.
Okay. Well, I'm not a fan of, usually I'm not posting a picture of me crying or getting frustrated, and I haven't been really posting like I have, but no, mentally I'm burnt out of everything. And even, trying to figure out or really have an honest conversation with you, but I don't know what the biggest point of contention right now is Nathan. I don't have anything else, I guess, to say.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily that. However, I couldn't help but notice that, and that was all. And I just felt like that was something worth mentioning there. So that maybe that was part of the reason that we hadn't heard from you in so long. Perhaps Jason played too roughly with them.
That is not true. Jason, I be in your chat. I listen to you. I'm a fan. Well, I'm a fan, but yeah. I thoroughly enjoy, and I have been. And I'm randomly in the chat or I'm in the clouds. And I don't run from smoke.
Well, I don't have any smoke to give, unfortunately. Flames, but no smoke. I have none to give.
Well, why is my picture up?
Because Courtney strikes us as being a little bit disingenuous.
Let me tell you a little something, okay? Because I've seen the comments and there's people, Courtney is a chameleon. Courtney is a chameleon. Yeah, I'm saying it right now. If you look and see why I got the name Chameleon, it is because Pink Book Lessons did a video on me about a year and a half ago. And she said I was a chameleon because I got lividly pissed off that I was on a panel with a non-Black woman discussing Black issues. A year and a half ago, I was pissed about it. So coming from that situation to the Pearl situation, there's no chameleon about that. I've been very consistent. However, because of my stance on that, a year and a half ago, before Pearlie was even here, people were pissed off at me because how dare Courtney have a problem with somebody non-Black being in an all-Black panel? Who is this woman? She's a chameleon. However, I've been consistent, and that ideology that I've had then, I have it now with just Pearlie. So that chameleon idea, that's fine. You can say whatever, but that's where it came from. So I've been consistent. I've not changed up my rhetoric or what I believe in. I do believe in nuclear families. I do believe that men should lead. I'm not trying to be the leader of nothing. I barely even go live.
But when she does, she's got Nate nearby.
All the women in the space, I have the least sub count. I have the least amount of videos. The least of all of them. So I'm not out here trying to make necessarily a name for myself, but I do believe in trying to be the betterment, to try to better our community, and I do want to do my part as a woman, and I do believe in male leadership. And I've been consistent with that. There's nothing I've not been consistent with.
I want to better our community. Can you just give me a bit of a helper here, Courtney? Just so I can be aware. Mm-hmm. What part of associating with Nate Pearlie things ain't racist deal is bettering the community for you?
Okay. So, I've known Nathan before this just Pearlie thing.
Okay, now did you hear the question I just asked?
I've known Nathan a very long time, and Nathan is a man of integrity. He's treated me nothing but respect. I respect that he is a police officer, or was, and trying to, he has an initiative right now, the Blue Phoenix initiative, that's trying to build a better relationship among citizens and the police. I think that's important.
Where are his people from?
So, I mean, I know these people, I believe, is from Jamaica, but
there
you
go.
Have with him.
By the way, y'all, just a little bit of housekeeping. There you go. There it is. Now, y'all remember I had said that before originally. I said, by the way, he sure does got them vibes about him. I'm not certain, but he sure does look like it. Yeah, there you go. There it is. A dependable lot they are.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. Well.
There it is. And I'm just wondering here, in a life or death situation with a pearly things minded cop, I wonder where he would come down. Oh, wait a minute. We already know.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, I guess these would be stuff that you can discuss with him. I don't know, but I'm not going to. If he's Jamaican, he's Jamaican. I mean, I also support a man that's a Nigerian. I also support African. I mean, I look at black as black.
So do I. I don't support
topics
anybody who defends white supremacists. So his Jamaicanness is not the issue.
Well,
Jamaicanness that tends to, when you have these immigrant class people who have a suspiciously consistent track record of when they see white supremacy, they go first in hand with the pom-poms, cheerleading for them harder than they cheerlead for themselves. Now, that's where we have an issue. Now, that's where the problem comes in.
Okay.
And I just couldn't help but notice that. I just couldn't help but notice that. Now, Courtney, you don't feel like anybody's ambushed you now, do you?
No, I don't feel ambushed. No, I don't.
Okay, good. Because we certainly would want to make sure that you feel like you've been dealt with openly and fairly. And we had a few questions about that in particular because for some odd reason, it just seemed a little strange that she became non-communicative right after we spoke to her. Couldn't help but notice that happen. And then when I saw her all booed up with Deputy Dog, I was like, well, that explains everything now, doesn't it?
Who was booed up? Where was I booed? I was not booed up with anybody. At least I don't know pictures that you have seen.
Really?
No, and actually, if you're looking at a picture, that was a picture from Atlanta where it's a live show, and that was, again, a very long time ago.
Boy, you keep saying that. Did you realize that? You keep saying that.
Yeah, I do, because I don't want you to think, again, when I have my folks, it's longevity. And I rock with people for a lot of different reasons. And again, not everyone is going to think like me. But just as long as there's a level of respect of our differences and we can have that conversation is what I like. And I like to be challenged. And I like to challenge other people as far as with ideologies and back in ping-ponging ideas. I enjoy that.
Okay. Well, I certainly want people to have their ideas together. So, yeah.
But I'm very clear on mine, and my stance is my stance. I've not veered away from anything that I've said, and so if the issue is with Nathan, then that's fine, that's valid. But as far as with me as an individual and a person or what I do on my platform, I'm definitely here to take that if do you have anything to say about that?
Birds of a feather flock
Are you
together.
speaking?
By the way,
Yeah, birds of a feather, I can see that
nice.
they kind of maybe
Nice
flock
braids.
together. I mean, but as far as like friends and on a panel together, I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch this panel, nor do I. Probably won't. But I've been on panels multiple times with people that I disagree with. I was on a panel show. I've called into shows to debate. So, again, if your beef is with them, then your beef is with them.
I don't have a beef with anybody.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't have a beef with anybody. I just had some questions. That was all. I just had some questions that I couldn't help but notice that there were some suspicious individuals that your name just keeps coming up next to. And it's one thing if it only happened at the odd place here or there, but I'll be damned in the course of a couple of weeks.
What other names?
I just said the
Jason,
names,
what other
ma'am.
names?
I just said the names. I just said Real Deal Nathan Daly and
Well, you said Nathan Daly. Who else?
Melanie Queen. Apparently she thinks that you two are fellow travelers.
Because she added me along with Shay Sharday and TJ Randolph.
That she, ma'am, why did she feel comfortable enough to do that?
Well, I've been on a show with her. Because I've been on a show with her before.
Oh, well, hell, then now I'll be damned. Now, you didn't mention that previously. Interesting you left that out. Try again.
Well, I didn't mean to leave that out. I've been on a show with a lot of people.
Probation, y'all. Probation. She's about to get the probation
I've been
revoked.
on probation for a long time.
And it's about to get revoked. She's about to get violated. So the probation's about to be violated. Y'all notice that's the kind of thing I'm telling y'all about. You notice you start seeing these folks here, and when they show up in these circles and things, they all looking to see if they can get on with somebody. And you start noticing those names start coming up over and over again. And then next thing you know, you start seeing them in the same circles, and they start swirling around all over again, and they get compromised, and it starts just getting worse from there and worse from there. So, like I say, in my case, I just noticed that she got real incommunicado right about that time. So I just found that to be, just found it to be very interesting. You asked me to name names. I've named names now. I didn't sit up here and give a bunch of innuendo, by the way. Anybody listening? I named names. I'm not hanging anything on anybody that didn't happen. I brought my invoices. And I just couldn't help but notice there is those suspicious people from the bad side of town. I just couldn't help but notice that in 14 days, your name is coming up with them. I just couldn't help but notice it. And this is not about, quote, black men and black women, because the needle that gets threaded too often times is about trying to say, let me dance on the side of the fence I need to be on. So when the white chick says something that can get her invalidated, they jump on the subject of blackness. But when Nathan says the exact same thing, then it becomes about, well, I've looked into their soul. Nobody wanted to look in Pearly Thing's soul a month ago when it was convenient. Now for these other folk, well, he said the exact same thing. Well, I'm staring into their soul. Okay. And
Jason,
I'm just wondering.
Jason,
that's
if
all.
you
90 seconds.
Look at, I was on, when we did a show together, it was on his name, who I also rock with. His name is Omawale Africa. If you go to his page, you would see we did a show together a while ago. However, you will also see about 5-6 months ago, I was on a panel with Omawale, and we had the discussion of Pearl 6 months ago, where I made my stand there. And it was about
seconds.
dating and who gets to sit at the table when it comes to black people mating and dating, about relationships. And I said it 6 months ago that she's out of order, and I don't know why she's here. So I've been having these conversations.
Slow down. What was it that Pearly Things said or did that had you 6 months ago saying that she was not valid to sit at the table and have this discussion?
Just first the optics. So the optics bothered me with seeing Black women being told this and scolded by a young white girl. So the optics of it I didn't like. And then when she got on a panel saying that all she does is talk to city girls and she does it for entertainment. So I'm thinking the idea of city girls is, you know, young Black girls that's maybe a little hood, and she's using them for entertainment. So off the rip of when she said that, I was like, no, she needs to get checked.
Okay.
And I did that 6 months ago. It didn't get as much as yours is getting, obviously, but, you know, I've been having these conversations, and I got dogged out then.
Paperwork sketchy, y'all. The paperwork is real sketchy.
You can pull it up. You want me to drop it in the link? You can pull it up to see.
I'm not doubting that. That's not the issue.
Okay.
It's no question to me that when a white girl pulls up in a room with Black females, then yeah, you're gonna say something. Then, yeah, I get that. I absolutely get that. But that's not the issue that I have.
I've
the issue that I
also
have
been
is
critical
you would have an incentive to get her out of the way. Now you'd have an incentive.
Well,
for
I've
that.
been critical of other women too in this space, and that's why, again, out of all the women in space, I get the biggest backlash. Okay, the women don't like me, the men don't like me, nobody like me. That's fine.
That's not a good sign.
However, I mean, I don't know, you know, but I've been critical about other women in space, about pandering, about women just saying stuff that men want to hear and how that's not helpful. I've been critical on that too.
And yet,
I've been in beef with women in space.
Okay, the issue that I had with Pearly Things years ago, it was not simply a fact that there's this white woman parading over a room full of Black folk. It was that it was so obvious that this is the sentiments of a white person who has contempt for Black people. That was the issue with Pearly Things. That was the suspicion that any sensible person should have had about Pearly Things from the very beginning, was that the very fact that she would be sitting there hosting such a forum tells you that she has contempt for Black people. Now, it's that contempt for Black people part that I got my eyes wide open and my ears up high for. That's the part I have my ears up for. And it would be one thing, it is one thing if we have a nuanced difference about something. Situations where some of your friends might think they're too smart by half. It is another thing when we're palling around with individuals who are doggedly, defiantly going on minute after minute after minute after minute, defending what Pearly Things said, point by point, statement by statement. They didn't hear anything wrong with what she said, and that in no way was that racist. None. Now, when you hear that kind of thing happen, and then your name comes up not before, but after, and now Melanie King, of all people, considers you to be her kind of gal, I'm just saying. No, it's not guilt by association. I just couldn't help but notice you have very comfortable amenities among some of these sketchy individuals. Maybe it's time to take an inventory of that.
Well, I'll say this. I actually said this to someone earlier today, where I'm talking about women in the space, and I think it's more helpful for the women that has kind of the same ideologies maybe as some of the men in the space will should go to other women platforms and debate their ideology and to have those conversations with other women.
Okay.
So
do you think
I
that?
do believe that.
Okay. Well,
and even with Melanie,
that sounds
King,
interesting.
you
That
know.
sounds like an interesting premise, but I've already identified a flaw with that, and it's a flaw that I mentioned earlier in the program. I think it's of value for us to go on the platforms of other women who may disagree with that and debate them. That's great. That's wonderful. Which one of those names that Melanie mentioned are the folks that you would be disagreeing with?
In
It's on
the
the screen.
tag that she got, one of the what woman I would disagree with.
Well, yes.
I don't. What TJ I'm very close with. So me and TJ has pretty much the same kind of ideology.
I
Sade,
don't know who TJ is.
well,
Is that Mosaic
Sade,
WTJ? Okay. Is that Mosaic WTJ? Is that the TJ you're referring to? Okay.
Yes. Shay Sade, I think we have pretty much kind of the same goals. You know, I think how we move is a little different. I'm probably more militant. But, you know, she is married, and I definitely respect that as far as her giving her ideas as far as being a married woman. I don't know Maggie, the substitute teacher. I don't know who she is. I've never listened to her. And Lady Di DTM, I have no idea who that is.
Okay. So far on this platform you just named, there isn't anybody who you would identify as someone that you have a disagreement with. So it would really just be a bunch of females coming together who probably have a similar perspective on these issues. They wouldn't actually be in a place with individuals who have an alternative one. Now, while that may have some redeeming value to it, and I will not necessarily discount that altogether, here's the problem. The problem is that when you have a discussion led by females, it usually only turns out one of two ways. It either turns out like Kendra G or Melanie King. You end up with a person like Kendra G who sits up here and explains everything away and excuses nonsense and foolery when they hear it, or you end up with a Melanie King who tries to do their best impersonation of a man who did it far better. Neither one of those serves women because, if I may be brutally frank, women's stubbornness and ability to improvise on foolishness tends to evolve over time. So when you sit women together in a room full of women, it doesn't actually fix anything because women don't have respect for other women. Not when it comes to men. Because all of you think that you've got some mystical, mythical property within your underwear that gives you a trump card over logic and reason. So if another female tells you that what you're doing is wrong, you are firmly convinced, well, don't worry, my sex is magic. It will overturn all the rules of physics and nature. So I can literally do everything that is wrong. And if I say my sex is on point and I think my sex is fantastic, then it will overturn whatever negatives you think you've identified with me. Now, that's the way that women see each other. And that's why it becomes so incredibly difficult to hammer through that. If Kevin Samuels did succeed at one thing, and I'm not saying he succeeded wonderfully, if he did chip away at one thing, it was the fact that when he sat there and said what he had to say, there wasn't really a bunch of argument because now this is a play that he pulled from my playbook and it works. He pulled it and used it because he saw me do it and it works. The benefit is when you're dealing with a man who has first and foremost expressed that he has no sexual designs on you. Now that we've gotten that out of the way and you can't even lie to yourself and tell yourself, well, he wants to sleep with me. Once he starts talking to you, makes it clear, yeah, I'm not interested in sex with you. Now, when he says things like you're average at best, it's like, well, damn, he's certainly not trying to get no sex out of me. He just talked his way out of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not pushing back on that either. And I think even with talking in that conversation, you know, maybe
it is pointless to have a feat. It is pointless. No, Courtney, the point is, it is pointless to have a, quote, female roundtable if it is not headed by a competent male. is pointless because what females are going to do is, since none of you are authorities on the subject because you cannot be, what will instead happen is there'll be a bunch of females getting together, not sharing their knowledge, but sharing their misconceptions. That's what it will be. In the case of Melanie King, she doesn't have it figured out. Not by a long shot. She doesn't know anything. Her current life shows you she doesn't know. What she's doing is going online and putting out a sales pitch. What she's not doing is disseminating the knowledge that she understands. Now I will go even further with it. You claim that there were people on this list of names here who may be married. Guess what? That actually disqualifies them.
Yeah.
Why? Now, you all never heard Kevin Samuels say this. I know some of the fanboys and fangirls don't like it when I point this out, but by the way, some of you I'm about to tell you Santa Claus isn't real either, but what you're about to hear next is the reason why. Yeah, Kevin could take things and lift little things from me, but he didn't know the full ideology, so he can't go further with it. He never could. Why is it that married women are invalid and incapable of helping you all, Courtney?
I want to make sure I understand the question. Why is married women incapable of helping us?
You can have a panel and you're going to bring married, yes. You can have married women on the panel, but they're incapable of helping you. Why?
I honestly don't know. I guess it really would depend on how the conversation is going to go. What Melanie has in her head, I don't know. So I guess it would really depend on the conversation. Now, do I think it's important that I do speak to married women? I think so.
There are only certain little tidbits. There are certain tidbits you can pick up. I'm not saying that they don't know anything. But what I am saying is that they are incapable of helping you for what you want, which is to transition from a single woman in the current environment to a married woman. But here's the problem. She met her husband a while ago. So you see, she got married in a different environment than the one you're in now. So the qualifications that satisfied her husband, it is a mathematical inevitability that those do not satisfy men today. In other words, what I'm saying is she can't help you because she's not in the dating game anymore. That's what I'm saying. She can't help you because she's not on the field anymore. She is giving you information from obsolete, outdated files.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think I'll concede to that. But again, I mentioned TJ, and why I'm so close to her is because I relate more to TJ. TJ's older than me, but she met her husband a couple of years ago. She was a single mom, working.
That's a lifetime. Ma'am, 2 years ago, the pandemic and the lockdowns were still going on. 2 years is a lifetime. Well, she got married, I believe, a couple years ago, but how she met her husband. But, I relate more to her because she was a single mom and working, trying to raise her daughter. And then she met a man at an older age and how they met. So, she's always kind of been my inspiration. So out of all the women that was tagged on there, who I'm close with personally is TJ. I don't understand.
And
slow down. I don't understand one thing. You said that you really related to her because she's a single mom. You're a single mom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't see any kids on your profile. I didn't see any kids on your profile, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
so,
back in the day it was,
TJ, Melanie King,
comes for children.
TJ, Melanie King, Courtney Michelle. I'm racking up a lot of single moms out here.
Yeah.
And this is why it is.
I have a daughter.
And this is, congratulations.
Hey.
And congratulations. This is all the more reason why you cannot afford to have the blind leading the blind. Because you see, a single mom can't really help you unless you understand the man she's with. So you see, I would never want to talk to a single mom. I would want a single mom who got married. I'd want to talk to the guy who married her. Because it's all very interesting when you talk to those guys, then people's perspective and their opinions start to sour very quickly. And that's something that we start noticing across the board. When you talk to the women, it's always rosy and it's always real bright and optimistic. Then you go talk to the guys and everybody's like, ooh. Now, I don't mean to cast aspersions on the gentleman. I don't mean to cast aspersions on the gentleman. I don't know him. And I'm not attempting to cast aspersions on him now. But what I am saying is, congratulations, she was a single mom who got a second crack at bat. But the conversations that we don't have are with the men that they married, so that we can take the cut of their jib and start determining, by the way, what did they get? Because that matters more than did she get married. Did she get married don't mean a damn thing. Who she got married to is all that matters.
I agree with that too. And that's, again, TJ brings her husband on her panels, and they have conversations amongst each other. And she's one of the only women that I know that is married, that her husband is on there and they have conversations and he talks about that. So, again, I'm conceding. You're absolutely right. And she brings her husband on there and they have those conversations. I mean, but again, she doesn't have the biggest platform, so people probably don't know who she is, but she's dear to me because what you're suggesting that is important and I agree with is what she does. And I get to hear his perspective. And dating at 50 and it's, I learn a lot from them, both of them.
What did you learn?
So I guess, with TJ and him, she approached him. And I think he was kind of a little hesitant because, she's, military and, I think he kind of had a perception of her being, lead and dominant. And what she said, I have to bring
that's
that
one
back.
word they have, although there's a couple of other words that are missing there, but sure, dominant, go ahead.
Well, yeah. So... But she said, Courtney, I had to scale that back and, and listen to him more and to understand, to become his wife and what he needed. And they talk about that on their stream. So
very glad to hear that. However, there's one thing you are very glad to hear that. However, there's one thing you are leaving out here. How old is she?
TJ, I'm 55.
About. Say again.
55. She's mid-50s.
What? Did you say she is 55?
She's in her mid-50s, yes.
Courtney.
Okay.
Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
So you just told the World Wide Webisode that you believe that you're getting valuable information from a 55-year-old single mom who is now married.
Well, she's married. Yeah. She has a lot of insight, and I respect her completely.
Courtney, stop. Courtney, stop. Listen to me. And by the way, Miss TJ is more than invited to call up and speak to me if she wishes to. And she can fill in whatever gaps in my understanding there may be. Although I'm pretty sure there are no gaps in my understanding. Courtney, how old are you?
Yes, sir. Oh, Lord.
Courtney, we're all grown-ups here. Let's not play around.
That's fine. I am 40.
Okay. I don't believe you're 40. You look younger than 40. So I'm not
Thank
so
you very much.
I'm not so certain. I'm not so certain you're 40. I wouldn't put you a day under 39. So I wouldn't put you a day over 39. Not a day. Not even one. So no, you look younger than 40. I would figure you for 39.
I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Thank you.
Here's the issue.
Yes.
The issue is that woman can't have any more children. She couldn't have any more when she met him. So in other words, the pool of candidates that she would be referring to by necessity would be demanding to not have any offspring of their own, yet to come in the door taking care of hers.
Mm-hmm.
If you met a guy tomorrow, and I'm just assuming that you have not met the gentleman of your dreams just yet. Would that be a fair statement to make? Okay. All right. We'll just assume it. You don't have to answer that one, but we'll just assume that Jason's cynical, jaded take on life is correct, and that you haven't met Mr. Frank Lucas yet. So, with that being the case, at the tender young age of 40, then that would leave you in a situation where we'd be looking at this again in, a couple of years. If it took you a couple of years to make that decision, you'd be 42 to get married. Mm-hmm. Then another year after that, if you wanted to get pregnant. I'm fast tracking you here, by the way. So I'm just saying you'd be getting pregnant at 43 if you wish to start a family with another man. Otherwise, you're saying that I'm going to get with a guy and he's going to take care of me and you mentioned a daughter. You only have one child?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this man's going to meet you and your daughter, and he's going to take care of the both of you and happily ever after. But he should look forward to no children of his own.
Well, I mean, I actually prefer a man with children.
A man who comes to the table with... Slow down. Stop. Okay, I don't want you to run off without us. You say that you would prefer to have a man with children already?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't understand that. How would that work? Why would that be preferable? Why?
Because I guess we're more relatable. And, I like to see a man with his child, to see how he's raising them. I think that's important.
So you're looking for a single father. So you would prefer to have a single father?
Preferably, yes. I think we relate more.
Question. In the current, you're 40 years old now, so you're far from a child. The last 15 years of your life experience, has the last 15 years of your life's experience observations taught you that the men who become single fathers are of higher character and caliber than the men who don't?
Has my observation that men with children are higher caliber than men that aren't?
Yeah, over the last 15 years, you've seen a bunch of men who become single fathers. Do you consider those men to be in general, has your observations of life told you that those men tend to be of stand-up character?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that. I've seen men that are horrible dads, and so no, I'm not.
Right, but I'm talking about the fellas. Okay, let's just talk about this right here. If you were standing in the checkout line at Walmart and you heard a fella say, "Yeah, I got 2 kids," without seeing him, you heard him behind you. You hear him say, "Yeah, I got 2 kids by 2 different women." Before you even turn around, what do you think this fellow looks like, and what do you think he does for a living?
Yeah, well, if I hear a man saying that, I would think that's kind of hoodish.
Okay.
No, so I mean that's not. I wouldn't say that's attractive to me at all. No, but a man that has a child or 2 that just got out of a marriage, or the relationship didn't work out, but he's obviously a man of character. He has children. He's a great father. That's attractive.
Okay, on average, based on your observations of the last 15 years, men who get divorced and are taking care of child support, how many of them are looking to get married all over again and start a family?
I don't know that percentage.
I didn't ask for a percentage. I'm talking about from your personal observations of the last 15 years. The men that you've seen who have gotten divorced, they have a wife, or they've gotten divorced, got a wife, he's paying child support. How many of them are eager to go hop back into a new marriage?
I actually know quite a few men
Melanie,
that do want to get
I just call you
remarried.
Melanie. Courtney, that's not helpful. That's not helpful. When you do things, when women do things like what you just did, now that's what just, this is the reason that we cannot have females hosting a program of their own, because you all are just going to get together and start lying. You know full well that there is not a wealth of divorced men out there who are eager to go jump back into, divorced men who are paying child support, who are eager to go jump into a new marriage and start that all over again. Because if he marries you, he's putting himself right back into the same jeopardy he was in before. Because if you decide to divorce him, and most of 8 out of 10 divorces are initiated by the female, if you decide to divorce him, he's going to be right back where he was when he met you. So you're saying that men today have shown you that they get divorced and then married, and then there are no lingering negative side effects. The red pill incel culture, red pill culture, incel culture, that none of that is a result of men's horrendous experiences in divorce court specifically.
Well, I didn't necessarily say that they're super ready to jump back in a relationship. No, but the men that I know, and this is anecdotal, so I'm not lying to you.
How many
You're
of them?
asking
Okay.
me a personal question.
How many men do you know? How many men do you know?
I can tell you
ballpark
my
figure.
older brother.
Slow down. Ballpark figure. How many men who have been previously married and had children from that marriage are single and available today that you know of? Ballpark figure.
That I know personally.
Yes.
I can think of 4 guys right now that want to get remarried, that have been married and have children.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Why are they not remarried?
The couple that I do know are dating someone.
Okay,
and,
ma'am. What was the question? What was the question I just asked?
I can't speak for them.
Okay,
Jason,
what was the question?
I don't know. Maybe
What was
they
the
haven't
question?
found the right woman to
What was the
marry.
question
And
I
think
just
even
asked?
when you have children involved, that's a whole nother step that has another side of vetting.
Okay,
as well
on
too.
average,
So,
ma'am, on average, how long has it been since they were married?
Maybe 5 years.
So
guess.
they've been dating chicks for 5 years, and none of the females that they chose were worth marrying?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think usually when people get out of a relationship, especially with marriage, they're not going to want to jump in.
Okay, ma'am, they've been dating people for 3 years, and none of them were worth marrying. They've been dating someone for 2 years. He got married before. He understands what wife material is. He's been dating this woman and laying on top of her for 2 years, but has not attempted to try to marry her. 4 of these men you can name. So yeah, they deal with females, but they are not sprinting back down the aisle again.
Well, one person I know, Jason, my brother is remarried. He had an ex-wife, 2 kids out of that marriage. He has remarried. It took him maybe like 3 or 4 years, and he remarried.
Oh, well, it didn't take him 5.
And my
Thank you very much. It didn't take him 5.
Years.
Yeah, it didn't take him 5 years either, did it? So thank you. You just proved my point. I just made before. By the way, yeah, it's been 5 years. Well, people don't just jump back into it. Your brother did. So it didn't take him 5 years. So your brother just proved my point.
Well, I said 3 to 4. So,
ma'am, your brother just
another year. 3 to 4. It took him a minute, obviously, but he remarried, and they've been married for over 10 years. So that's a personal relationship. My older brother.
Congratulations! I'm very glad. Congratulations! I'm very glad to hear that. So, of 5 men that you know who were previously married, got divorced, and have children, 20% of them were willing to go back into the marriage pool.
Okay, well, if you want to go with the 20%, that's fine. All I can speak is from my anecdotal experience, and even with me and who I'm dating. Like, that's all I can go from. And I can tell you what I'm attracted to, what I prefer.
And what I'm saying is that's very valuable. Your personal experiences and your personal observations are very valuable. And the reason they're very valuable is because you've seen firsthand how few men are willing to satisfy that criterion that you're saying. You've seen how few divorced single fathers are willing to turn back around and get married again, primarily because they know they don't have to. Now, your brother did whatever he did for whatever his reasons were. To each his own.
Mm-hmm.
More power to him. But I'm talking about looking at the data of the men who are available, not the ones you wish were available. Your brother's not available. Besides the fact it would be icky, but your brother's not available. So of the men who are available, you're saying that none of them are trying to get married. They're just trying to take care of their kids and do their thing. But they're not trying to get married.
I didn't say that either.
Ma'am,
I'm
you
saying
just
is that
said
there
it.
are, Jason, all I'm saying is that there are men that want to be remarried.
No, ma'am. You see men. No, ma'am. You see men who may have told you that because they know that's the answer you wanted to hear. But let's be very clear. If a man wanted to be remarried, he'd already be there. He did it once. It's not hard. He would already be there if that was what he actually wanted. If he has been dating a female more than a year or two, he's letting you know, she wants to hear that there's a future. Okay, fine. Well, sure, I'd love to get married again. Okay. Well, you're going to be over here at 8? And it goes like that. And this is how you end up 5 or 10 years later telling us, I know 4 or 5 guys who would love to get remarried. 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 10 years later, they're still not remarried.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is by your own admission, mathematically speaking, of the men you know, that's the way it goes. So single fathers tend to not want to do that. Are there some who do? Sure. But just remember, now you're going to be looking for an older fella who apparently his first trip through divorce court did not scar his soul. And he doesn't want with the new woman, he does not want to start a family with her. He is just content to take care of her children by another man. But he does not wish to conceive any of his own with this woman, which when you think about it, completely defeats the purpose of marriage. Why would you marry somebody that you can't have children with? Other than to leave your property to them. But other than that, why would you marry them? There's really no benefit and there's no purpose or reason or rationale to do it. You're not going to get anything you weren't going to get single, dating. There's no reason to marry them. It doesn't give you any enhancement. So when you think about it, that's a very specific, specified candidate. Slow down, Courtney. Slow down, Courtney. Slow down. That's a very specific, specified candidate. Oh yeah. One more question. How old was your brother when he got remarried?
Late 30s.
Oh.
So okay. Maybe 36, 37.
There you go. And how? So maybe she was about the same age.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So he got with a woman who was young enough to start a family with. Did he have children with her?
Well, yeah, they have children, but she also had a child.
Okay. So, we covered that already. Yeah, I get it. But my point is,
but they had I have a niece, yeah.
Right. Congratulations. Nieces are great, except mine when they go break things. But other than that, they're fine. My point is, your brother. I said what the profile was before you told me what the situation was. Yeah, he was young enough with a female who's young enough to have children with, and sure enough, she was young enough to have children with, so he did that. So yeah, that was the prime candidate for him. However, she was also closer in age to him. So once we start tiptoeing over 40, now it becomes a different situation. Once you get over 50, the odds are astronomical. Didn't say impossible, but astronomical. Once we get to that point. If you're going to take your preferred candidate and say, I prefer to have a guy who has children, first of all, this sounds like cap to me. That doesn't really sound genuine, but even if that's what you say you prefer, just understand that's narrowing down.
Why does that sound cap to you?
Because there's nothing inviting about being with a single father. There just isn't. There is no plus and no benefit to being with a single father. They became single fathers for a reason.
Yeah, and someone could say the exact same thing about me. So
I agree.
That's why.
And we do. But my point is, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that I'm just saying that they become single fathers for a reason. And that thing you said about Walmart, if you heard, hey, I got 2 kids by 2 different women, your ears went up. It's like, yeah, because you already know the profile. So what I'm saying is a single father has never been a preferred candidate. Whether he got divorced or not, first thing a woman wonders is, why did he get divorced? So in other words, he would have to be a single father, an upstanding character, above average income. By the way, you forgot that one. He needs to be of above average income. You didn't mention that one.
For me, or that's just in general?
Courtney, are you going to say he doesn't?
Yeah, like Jason, like I said, you're not familiar with me. That's fine, but no. And what I tell people that want to know my idea is that I always look at their debt to income ratio.
Tell me the minimum. Tell me the minimum income that he would need to make.
I'm sorry.
Tell me the minimum income that he would need to make.
Well, again, depends on his debt as well. So I look into that too. But
Courtney, what is the minimal?
Debt,
what is the minimal income he would need to make? Third time.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to explain.
Ma'am, all you got to do is say the all you got to do is say the number. Just say the number, and then you can explain why the number. Just give us the Courtney. There's no reason to not just give us the number, and then you can explain your rationales behind the number later. What's the number?
Yeah, the number I would say about maybe 50 to 60.
Okay. Now, you're telling us that you are willing to be with a man, and let's just say that he's a few years older than you. So let's just say 45 years old. He is 45 years old. Mm-hmm. Now, are you on the Memphis end of Tennessee or the Nashville end?
The Nashville end.
Okay, Davidson County, which has been blowing up. I should know. I did the definitive documentary about it. So all those New York transplants coming down there, Davidson County was when I went there 5 years ago, it was Davidson County was gaining 100,000 people a year. It was projected to grow by 1 million people within 10 years. So whether or not those numbers are going to meet here shortly, we'll find out. But it'll be somewhere around, Davidson County will have grown, by my projections, somewhere around at least 700 to 800,000 people. So a bunch of folks were coming down, and the housing market going south is probably going to put a bit of a damper on it, but it's certainly gained over 500,000 people. Certainly has gained that many. So Davidson County has been a real hot spot. For those of you who are not from Tennessee, don't worry about it. Just think Nashville. But they're in a place called Davidson County. All right. Gentrifying itself to hell. I should know. City View Apartments. What's up? Now, here's the thing, Courtney. A 45-year-old man living in Davidson County who makes $50,000 a year and has a child.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say that one more time. So your preferred candidate is a 45-year-old man who makes $50,000 a year in Davidson County and has a child.
Well, I said 50 to 60, and the reason why I said that's because I'm working as well too, and I have a job. And me and my income and him and his income can take care of a home. And again, when I said no debt, I mean, you can do a lot with no debt with 50 or 60.
But if he's 45 years old, if he's 45 years old making $50,000 a year in Davidson County, how much upward mobility does he have? He's 45 years old making $50,000 a year, divorced with a kid. How much upward mobility does this man have?
I mean, I don't know. That's why he would need my income, maybe, and that's why we would help each other out.
So what you're saying is that you are all right with a man who he needs 50% of your income in order to make ends meet.
I don't mind that at all. That helps me.
Okay, no. Just so I can make sure now. You are saying that your preferred man to be with is one who needs, not he wants. He must have 50% of your income or the household expenses fall apart for him. And you're okay with that?
Well, so, I mean, need.
Yes, ma'am. That's what you just described. If we're going to go 50-50, then that means he needs your 50%.
Yeah, I mean, if he needs, well, again, it depends on where we're going to go. Again, I keep talking about the debt. So, for me, if I'm making 60, 70K a year and I can make it on, and I'm making it on my own and I have a house, okay, and if my husband meets me at that level where he's making 50, 60 or whatever, I mean, we're helping each other. So if he needs me and my income for a bigger house, okay, but if he financially can't and we have to go to an apartment, then it is what it is.
Okay,
if
so you're saying that if he needed your income to be able,
our income,
are you trying to do that?
Is what it is.
Okay, but are you trying to
I'm not hung up on
Courtney, are you trying to downsize at 40 years old?
Yeah, I live way below my means. Absolutely.
Courtney, are you trying to downsize at 40 years old?
If I have to, then I would.
Courtney, what is your?
I don't care
Courtney,
about things
you said
like that.
Courtney, you said you're buying a house now, correct?
I have a house, yes.
Okay, you have one. You have a mortgage?
Mm-hmm.
About how much is the mortgage monthly payment?
Oh, Lord. Now we're getting all in my personal business like that.
Okay.
I can afford it.
Okay.
By my own income, I can afford my mortgage.
Okay. You know what? I'll actually let her slide on that one. You mentioned there that if a man has a bigger house than that one that you're in now, and if it had a bigger payment. So you know what I'm going to do, Courtney? I'm going to give you a monthly note of $2,000 a month. I'm going to be very generous and just say that right now your monthly note is $1,000. Maybe his monthly note is $1,000, and the two of you clunk your knuckleheads together and you decide to get a twice a bigger house. And so by some miracle, you end up with, a $2,000 a month monthly payment. You do realize that would be $720,000 by the time you finish paying it off.
Okay.
$720,000. That's your payoff. And you would be 70 by the time you've paid it off. Which means effectively you can't really use the equity in it because you haven't actually paid it off until your retiree age. Now, I'm not making an argument for should you want this man or should you not. I'm not making an argument for should you marry him or should you not. I'm not making an argument for whether or not his income is enough or if it's not. I'm not making an argument for whether or not your requirement or your claim of 50-50 would be desirable for you is okay or not. What I'm telling you is that I have a sneaking suspicion that over the course of the next 10 years, you are not going to be quite so comfortable at that point. Because mathematically speaking, the house alone is gobbling up a tremendous amount of the economic real estate by itself. And you would have to be squarely committed to this man to be able to stay with him under those circumstances. And the man that you have a vision of in your head, he's acquiescing to all the things that you want. In the real world, the real question is, where does that come down? A single father, 45 years old, with a kid in Davidson County, who is looking to take on a $720,000 financial obligation.
So, I try to make it as clear as I can, but
this is why I say just understand the numbers. What you get from me was not feelings. What you get from TJ when you talk to her is most likely feelings. What you'll get from me are numbers. And then we'll say, are you willing to live under these numbers that you just gave me? Now, if you say that, that's a different matter.
I don't know why. I literally telling you.
Courtney, brake pedal. Courtney, brake pedal. In TJ's case, it's a little bit different. You stated that she was ex-military, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then she's got the GI Bill and she gets veterans assistance for buying a home.
I'm sorry?
So she gets the GI Bill and veterans assistance in buying a home. So you see,
I'm sure she does
her considerations,
military, but I mean, I'm not.
Right, but my point is her considerations are different from yours. Unless, of course, you're
absolutely.
Unless, of course, you're ex-military yourself.
I'm not.
So that's what I'm saying. Of course, you can say those kind of things, but what you're vouching for is a different animal with her. So when she sits there and tells you what she was willing to go into and what she was willing to expect and accept as a, quote, single mother, she's got backup and support that you don't have. So it's a lot easier for her to lay out this primrose scenario. Plus, she was much older. And I don't know if when you say she has a child, I don't know if she actually has a child, because if her child is grown, we're dealing with a different dynamic. So does she actually have young children at home, or like her children actually grown people now?
No, she has a daughter and her daughter's grown.
Okay, so she doesn't actually have any children at home. So she was able to return to the sexual marketplace and throw one last Hail Mary, and old dude caught it. Doug Flutie threw a Hail Mary and old dude caught it at the end zone. So congratulations, TJ. You threw the long bomb and it worked out for you. It would be congenitally dishonest. It would be congenitally dishonest to suggest to the other single mothers out here who are 15 or 20 or 30 years younger than her that her experience is typical or easily replicated. Now, that would be congenitally dishonest. So that's why I'm saying if TJ...
She doesn't do that.
Okay, but here's my point. My point is you're regaling us about how valuable you saw TJ's advice to be. I am not making or casting any aspersions on the value of TJ's advice. What I am saying is that if you do not have a man who is sitting in the middle of that, who is competently saying, by the way, can we run these numbers right quick? Because you see, I'm thinking like a man, and I know this bull jive you talking isn't really what's going to happen. You gonna get with a fella, and I'll be damned if you are required to pull half the bills on your own. You're gonna do what every female says. Well, if I gotta pay half of it, then I might as well pay all of it. So you're either gonna try to run him, or you're just gonna stay single. But what you will not do is get with a fella.
No, that's not.
But what you will not do is voluntarily get with a fella who's struggling. Now that you're not gonna do.
Well, no, I don't do that, and making 50-60 here is not necessarily struggling like that, but if we have to downsize, I don't have a problem with that. And I am not that type of woman to say, this, I'll take care of, it's mine. That's not me. I don't mind pulling in my weight.
Every woman says that. Every female says that until the man tells her how much weight she's going to have to pull. Every female says that until the man tells you, okay, here's how much you got to pull. Then it becomes okay, and then she starts looking around for options. So I would not want to cast aspersions on the lady's honor either, but what I am saying is it's a whole lot easier to sit on my phone and say that's what you would qualify or what you would tolerate than it would actually put you in a situation to say, okay, this will be your life for the next 40 years until you keel over. And it becomes a bit different. As you get older, you're going to want life to be easier, not harder. You're going to want things to get simpler, not more complicated.
Right.
And what you're describing what you're describing is a very complicated relationship.
I don't think so. And like I said, I look at my mother, and I have a stepdad, and they've downsized, so they have a smaller house, and they're able to do a lot of things more freely. Again, they don't have debt, and so I look at them, and I see my mom as a blueprint.
Courtney, that's different.
A working woman.
Courtney, you hear me. That is different. And you know it is. How long have your mother and stepfather been married?
They just celebrated, I'm not 40, 11, 29 years. So they just
Courtney.
Yeah. So
Courtney.
they just celebrated 29 years of marriage.
Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me they got married back in the Death Row Records era? Is that really what you're telling me? You're comparing your experience today to a woman who got married when Tupac made All Eyes on Me.
Yes, you did. And my mom worked. They're retired now.
Okay, but
they said,
Courtney,
no, we're not keeping up like this. We downsized. They got a
right,
small cute house.
but Courtney, here's the problem.
I love it.
Courtney, here's the problem. The problem is that was a different era and a different age. That was the last. He was the last of the vestiges of those males from the 80s who were eager and willing to wife up a single mom and then take on the bills and debts and things. And by the way, your mama didn't come from the Instagram G-Wagon era. Now, what you're arguing is don't worry, a lot of that rubbed off on me. I'm a little skeptical about that, and I'll tell you why. Were you married?
Okay. Was I married?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Was your mother married when she had you all?
She was. My mother was married to my father, and they divorced when I was 2.
So, in other words, you have lived your entire adult life, including having children, and you have never required marriage. But now at 40, you're going to completely acclimate to the life of a wife. A life that the last 20 years of your life have completely run counter to, including your home experience living under your mother. You lived under a totally different experience. You've run counter to all of that. And now at 40, you are going to do a 180 in the middle of the street and spin around and go in the other direction with absolutely no friction.
No, I'm not saying that either. So,
because what I'm saying is you're comfortable. I'm saying you're comfortable the way you are. You've been comfortable like this now for years. Being married would become very uncomfortable.
No.
Being married would be very uncomfortable to you.
Well, no. I've lived with a man. And we wasn't married, and that's how I got pregnant. So the second that thing
that to marriage?
I shouldn't have done.
Are you
equating? I talk against that.
Are you equating that to marriage?
But I am not.
Okay. Just making sure.
Right.
Now, by the way, I am certain that you will make sterling wife material. I am certainly certain that you will. All I'm saying is when you give that criterion for a preferred candidate, folks, what set all this discussion off is, by the way, I'm wondering if TJ signed off on that. I'm wondering if TJ signed off on that concept of, well, here, give your laundry list for this and you should get somebody with a kid or whatever. Going for a man who was older, now that was smart on TJ's part. Now, but that's the advice I've always given you all. Going for a guy who was older, yes, but that comes with its own caveats. There isn't any such thing as a clean investment at this point. And my concern is what I've always said, and your phone call has confirmed it. If we leave you all to your own devices, none of you are actually going to come away with what Melanie claimed, which is, quote, create solutions. You won't actually have solutions. You'll have a bunch of misconceptions that you all start trading amongst each other. And if there isn't a man in the room, a single man, a man who is single and eligible and is willing to listen to what you all say and tell you whether or not that's a situation that he would prefer to be in. If you do not have a man available to answer that question for all of you, then it's pointless and worthless.
Well, I told you I conceded to that. And I think it would be a good idea to have a man on the panel amongst the women to have that conversation.
Not just a man. No, you need somebody who's not a suck butt to high yellow. You need somebody who's not a suck butt to high yellow chicks. That's what you need, first of all. You need somebody who's
But
not...
why don't you do it? Why don't you do it?
Why don't I do what?
Moderate it. Why don't you do it? I think you would be perfect.
Where is my damn emoji? Who got rid of my emoji? Who got rid of my emoji?
Well, why not?
I am mad as
I think
hell.
you just posted today. Why don't you do it?
Ma'am.
Yeah.
Show of hands.
I think you would be perfect.
Show of hands in the chat room. Exact. Thumbs up if you agree. Thumbs up if you think it's a good idea. Thumbs up if you think it's a bad idea. How long do you all think I'm gonna get along with Melanie King? Thumbs up if you think it's gonna go well. Thumbs down if you imagine she will run out of the room pulling that phony ass tacky yacky out of her skull. Thumbs up if you think she's gonna make it. Thumbs down if you're like, oh, this goes bad quickly. We got mixed results in the chat room. The results are mixed.
See?
By the way, to everybody who just says, Jason, they're all just clones and they're just all flunkies. They'll just say whatever they think you want to say. By the way, I didn't even say what I wanted to say, but you see it's a mixed reception in the chat room. Some of them say yes, some of them say no. So it's not, Jason, they're just puppets who just do whatever you want to say. I didn't even say what I wanted. And take a look. It's mixed results. Some of them thumbs up, some of them are thumbs down.
See? There's some thumbs down. But why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why not you create the platform or you moderate amongst the women? Right. I think that'd be a great idea.
Courtney is coming out of left field with things, so that's the real issue.
I'm creative.
Okay. Courtney is creative. All right.
Yes, and I think it would be a great idea if you did.
Okay, that fellow who's considering marrying you, I hope he's listening right now. This is how crafty she is, dude. So I hope you're paying something resembling attention, because this is how crafty she is. Nigga, can you imagine her in divorce court? Can you imagine this?
I'm being honest. I think it would be great.
I'm sure you do.
And, I've had the idea, which me and Alan tried to do, but it didn't work out, where, we try to have a panel of the women that are quote unquote in the space or around the space.
Who the hell is Alan? Wait, hold on a second. You're talking crazy. Who the hell is Alan? Who is Alan? Who is Alan? What are you talking about? Who is Alan?
No, Lord have mercy. I'm just talking about content creators that I know that. Okay. That's all.
I have no idea who Alan is, but whoever Alan is, dude, I'm sorry it didn't work out with y'all. But Courtney,
no one that I'm just talking about a male content creator. But the idea was to, the women in space, vet them. Why are you here? Why do you believe this way? What is your end purpose? I think those are amazing questions. And
Courtney, I find that difficult to believe, Courtney. I find that difficult to believe. You've been hiding from.
I don't know why you think I'm over here lying to you. I'm being honest.
Because you've already been hiding.
You the last person I'm not even a good liar.
Man, I agree. You're not a very good liar, but you've already been hiding from your.
I'm not.
You were already hiding from your Instagram messages. You were already hiding from those.
So would you?
But
well,
Courtney, you're already hiding from your Instagram messages. So why would we believe anything else?
Okay, can I talk about that?
Courtney, do you really want to try that? Go on ahead. If you think this is going to make it better.
Is that you for real? Is that your IG?
Courtney is not silly.
I'm serious.
Courtny is not.
I don't know.
Silly.
Listen, let me tell you, okay? If you know the craziest things that I get, I didn't know. But if that's you, then I feel more comfortable. I didn't know you were not. I didn't know.
That couldn't be anybody else but me. But you know what, Courtney?
It could be.
Ma'am, it couldn't be anyone else but me. It literally couldn't. It literally gave you confirmation that it was. It literally was, and that's when you stopped. By the way, it wasn't like she got a false flag. She was able to vet it, and she said, "Yeah, let me go talk to Nathan."
Wait a minute, Jason. I called,
ma'am.
So stop that. I did call.
No.
And you didn't pick up,
ma'am. You didn't, ma'am. If you don't stop that. I would hate to hear a big crash of lightning. I would hate for you to get vaporized high yellow on this phone. That would be tragic.
Jason, I called. I was a little scared and nervous, but I did call.
You're a 40-year-old woman. What the hell are you, quote, scared of?
I'm scared of a lot of stuff.
That's not a bad...
Just because I'm 40 doesn't mean my fears go away.
That's a bad commentary on life. You know what? Courtney, I will think it over, okay? No promises. Because anybody out there listening right now, Jason, you said you was no promises. None whatsoever.
I think it would be a great idea.
I think it would be a great deflection, is what I think it would be. I think it would be a great deflection myself personally, but Courtney, I will think it over. I'll have my people talk to your people, or if you don't have any people, I'll have my people talk to each other. And we'll see.
Well, since I know that you did, I'm going to call right after your program.
Okay, Courtney, you can't do that because in the words of Michael Jai White, you'll wake the other hoes. So just, no. We'll come up with a suitable time for you to do that, but you can't just call, baby. It's after 11 o'clock.
Well, you can put my number as Pizza Hut.
Okay, ma'am. It's after 11 o'clock Central Time. You will wake the other hoes. So we'll find you a decent hour that you can speak because we'll see if we can pencil you in. Courtney, stay out of trouble.
You still got me on probation,
ma'am. I'll run your paperwork by the judge again, but we'll see what we come up with.
Well, the one thing you can't say about I do pull up, and I was having troubles on the Zoom. I don't know. It kept saying some ID or whatever. So that's why I called.
All right,
and I don't dodge. I don't dodge anything, and I'm happy to have the conversation.
Okay.
I'm not dodging you.
All right.
Now I know that I'm going to be
Tell
up the phone.
Tell Nate.
You did not.
Tell Nate we said hi. Tell Nate we said hi.
That's all I know.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Tell Nate we said hello. Okay. Well, we'll see how that works out. Okay. Let me see here. The great thing about being with me. Are you a one-man operation? Jason Black, are you a one-man operation? I'm not a one-man operation. I'm a one-man army. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this on Zoom. Well, folks, we got Mike TV back on the line. Mike, go ahead and unmute yourself. Mike,
Mic check.
Okay, I'm about to say, I thought you didn't hear me for a minute. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Hey, no, I caught the stream a little bit late, but I think this is a great topic to discuss. I mean, they say a fool and his money are easily parted. I guess we have to change that to say a simp and his money are easily parted, because we've got a bunch of men propping up women who are unqualified to give the advice that they give. They're unqualified to teach or preach a goddamn thing, and it's clearly evident.
Well, like I say, I mean, in this day and era, I think you've had so many fellas here, and you got to remember, we're dealing with over a decade since the iPhone came out. So you've had a generation of males from at least elementary school who have now been able to achieve adulthood, and their interaction with a female has been through a phone. So it used to be to see a sexy female, you had to have some game and go earn it. Now they can go pull up Instagram and fantasize all damn day. They've got every shape, form, fashion, manner, color, tone, height, whatever you name it. Everything from the petite to the ridiculously overdone, right at their fingertips. So what it's done, I think, is kind of just really blunted their sexual perceptions. They've got access visually, and it used to be you wouldn't have access visually or otherwise unless you had your act together. Now they've just got ready access, and what it's done is it's destroyed their ability to not just interact, but to have expectations. Their expectations now are all just, hey, well, if I just type this in, light skin, long hair, pop, boom, there goes an image of it. And then he can go rub himself or whatever he wants to do. So it's not a great situation to be in. It's got a jaded aspect to it. And what it's doing is bring out the worst aspects of them. A lazy male is dangerous. A lazy male will sell out everybody.
Not only that, but we've got a lot of men that are defending the undefendable. We've got men out here simping and pandering for Melanie King when, unless you guys have been living under a rock, I've had Melanie King on my channel last week. I had her sister on my channel twice, and I revealed court documents on Melanie that really speaks to how unqualified she is. And when I say that I pulled receipts, when I say that I pulled court documents, I'm not talking about stuff from 10 years ago. I'm not talking about stuff from 5 years ago. This document was as recent as December 10th, 2021. And the things that we read through these receipts is really, really nefarious. It speaks to the psyche. I mean, just to drive my point home real quick, I got a little caption I'd like to read if I'm allowed to.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What I'm going to read here, and if anybody wants to see the documents for themselves, they can go to my channel. I already published it. But what I'm going to read is the demand letter that attorneys sent Melanie Burge on December 10th, 2021.
Okay, now just so I can be clear here.
Yes.
Because
we
made
addresses.
I'm about to say now.
Anybody. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: when people use the term doxing, here's where that comes from. It's one thing, for example, if they're trying to pull up like names or things like that. That would be doxing. If it is something that is relevant and germane to what the person is currently doing,
and public information.
Well, no. Because that just because something is public information, you can, and by the way, you can run that by YouTube. Just because something is quote public information doesn't negate that it would be doxing someone. Just because it's public information, the real thing is whether or not it's relevant to what they're currently doing. Because, for example, let's just say that someone. I'm trying to think of something that's really, really ridiculous here. Let's just say that someone got arrested in college for, running down the field in their underwear at the college game. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a sexual deviant. They're a college kid doing stupid stuff. It's like, ooh, take a look at it right here. He loves white women. I mean, no, he loves to run down the field naked, okay? So what I'm saying is that would be doxing simply because it's not germane or relevant. Now, if we just saw him running down the damn field of Kansas City Chiefs, okay, not in Kansas City anymore, y'all don't keep him. But if we just saw him running down the field in Green Bay naked, okay, now that has relevance. So that's where it comes in there. Now, if we're talking about something that they're currently doing that is related to what they're currently doing now, then sure. Now, like I say, because I'm just saying,
what I was about to read actually pertains to her current YouTube channel,
right? Because
I
saw some of because I can't spend as much time as I want to. I saw some of what you had there. While some of it does technically qualify as doxing, the majority of it does not, particularly about the channel. Now, particularly about that channel and specifically about that channel and some of the chicanery that's gone on about that. Now, that is not doxing. And the reason why it's not doxing is because she's currently got, I'm going to say possession of it, even if it's not ownership. She's currently got possession of it now. So I think that's what you're referring to.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it says here, You are ordered to immediately cease and desist from appropriating the corporate opportunities of Nowco Corporation and from breaching your fiduciary duties owed to the corporation. I'm advised that you've taken control of YouTube channels, Facebook pages, and other social media and a website owned by the corporation, and you've blocked access by the corporation's 3 employees. These are the channels that they're accusing her of stealing: Magic Mojo, Mommy Cray Cray, The Cray Crays, Dog Marley. Guys, the dog isn't even safe. They're alleging that she even stole the dog's YouTube channel. LETV, Cray Cray Family TV, and the list goes on and on. And here's the kicker, y'all. When Melanie King came to YouTube, and we were wondering how she had all these subs, but she didn't really have any views, where'd she come? She seemingly came out of nowhere. Check this out. I'm also advised that you appropriated the Magic Mojo and Mommy Cray Cray YouTube channels for your own personal benefit and advantage by renaming them the Melanie King and Melanie King Podcast, unlinking them from the Family Video Network, removing any reference of your husband, and placing your own personal adult content on these channels. I'm also advised that you've changed the status of these channels from public to private, which significantly dissipates the advertising revenue of the corporation. Yet the subscriber base, consisting of 262,000 children, remains the same, allowing you to make it appear that your adult content has generated a large amount of subscriptions and allowing you to generate a large amount of personal income from these channels to the detriment of the corporation. Additionally, I'm advised that you've seriously jeopardized the viability and brand of the corporation's assets by posting and associating inappropriate content to the Magic Mojo / Mommy Cray Cray channels, which have now been renamed the Melanie King Podcast / Melanie King. These channels are accessible to the family-oriented audience, i.e. 4 to 10-year-old little girls. Screenshots showing the current adult content on and associated with these channels are enclosed. Your use of offensive language such as suck a dick and shut up and I'm a loyal slut associated with these channels is not age appropriate and causes extreme confusion in the subscription base. You also posted a video of yourself to the Naya and Ellie TikTok page in which you asked the children's subscribers, "Does my makeup look slutty?" As you should be well aware, YouTube, Facebook, and Google have strict guidelines regarding what content can be associated with children and family-oriented social media. Your actions are risking a complete takedown of these corporate assets by the hosting platforms. At very least, you are greatly harming the corporation's brand, goodwill, and ability to generate advertising revenue. And here's the last part, I'll leave it on. I'm also advised that during the past 2 years, you have charged at least $123,676.10 in personal expenses to the corporation credit cards and failed to reimburse the corporation despite your husband demanding you to do so following advice of the corporate's accountant. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to long stroke you here or anything. If you want to go see the documents, you know where to find him, but what this is essentially saying here is that she stole her successful kids' YouTube channels, rebranded them as Melanie King, and then started pumping out this adult red pill manosphere bullshit content to the subscribers that were 4 to 10-year-old little girls. And then she also blew the bag by running up $126,000 on the credit cards. So when Melanie King is on that white woman's couch in the UK, dogging that black girl with blue hair, saying she's a whore of Babylon and she's a succubus and she needs to submit, when Melanie is dogging out black women for twerking, meanwhile she's in MTR's house twerking for the last 2 nights, where are her kids at? We don't know. Guys, these women are not fit to give advice. These women are not fit to lead. And now we got the biggest simp of them all, O'Shake Duke Jackson, trying to control the narrative for Melanie, talking about, oh, Melanie's a victim. Melanie was doxxed. People are coming after Melanie's children. Ain't nobody said a damn thing about Melanie's kids. We're reading through the public documents that anybody can look up in the Clark County of Florida. And ladies and gentlemen, when you read these documents, it tells a lot. And if these documents had no truth in them, then Melanie King would not have been on my channel, on my panel for 3 hours trying to defend herself. Her big sister would not have been on my channel for 3 hours on 2 separate occasions trying to defend this. You can't defend the paperwork. I digress.
Well, definitely, like I say, I don't consider, now that part is not doxing because we were having a legitimate discussion before about, and I was making statements that YouTube can boost people in the algorithm. What you're stating is, well, Jason, that's not true. YouTube did not boost her in the algorithm. This is already an pre-existing channel, so this clarifies information or assumptions that we have previously made. which was that this was a result of, going around with Kevin Samuels and maybe just got popular off of that. And in reality, that's not the case at all. This was a pre-existing channel that already had a decent sized following to it. And basically now it has been hijacked and relabeled into something different. So it was a channel made for children, and now it's been misappropriated.
On my channel, I've also read through all 38 pages in length, but I also read through the settlement resolution. So actually, you can look up now the Ellie, Cray, the mommy channels. Those channels are back up. She settled in court with her ex-husband to relinquish control of those channels to a third-party custodian. So now there's a third-party custodian who manages some family network, and she is the one who is now running those children channels and giving any ad revenue to the children via a trust. So if Melanie wants to defend this by saying, well, no, look, those channels that they're saying I stole, those are still public. Yes, I have the documents where you settled in court to give up those channels. So again, guys, when you see her doing the grift, when you see her hanging around Kevin Samuels and paying for consultations, that lines up with the settlement. That lines up with when she had to give control of the kid channels up. And now she had to do it on her own. So to do it on her own, she started linking with Kevin and people over here and grifting the manosphere. But now present day, she says she's not a part of the manosphere. Just like O'Shea Duke Jackson, everybody dubs him as the creator of the manosphere, but he's preaching from the mountaintops. He's not a part of it. Why? Oh, because these guys are on a terrorist watch list now. Oh, maybe that has something to do with it. So how much of cowards are we dealing with when these guys start this whole pseudo cult? We got the lead attorney, Gail. Guys, if you want to know if anybody you watch is a part of this manosphere cult, this is how you know. If you see a moderator in their chat with a wrench named Gail at Night, then you know they are part of the cult. The lead attorney, Anton Daniels, Zoom to Thailand, Dennis Sperling, Melanie King, just pearly things. The list goes on and on and on. And we see now that people are playing defense for Melanie. They don't want y'all to know about these documents I revealed. They want y'all to focus on this, want y'all to focus on that. Guys, we are seeing damage control right before our eyes.
Well, I mentioned this before, so I guess you'd be an appropriate person to ask about this. I couldn't help but notice Just Pearly Things has had no problem talking to everybody on Earth, it seems to be, except the guy who set all this off. So she freely acknowledged that I'm the one who started it. She said that to Hotep Jesus. And yet she'll talk to anybody, Minnie Mouse, and anybody else except the guy who she credits or blames for setting this off. Melanie King seems to have followed a similar pathology. I mean, certainly she didn't find a welcoming audience on your channel. Not at all. It certainly was not welcoming, but she was far more willing to talk to you than to talk to us. Why do you think that was?
This is why. I can tell you exactly why. They know that Jason Black cannot be compromised. They know that I only have 10,000 subs, so they think I'm in this for the clout. They think I can be compromised, and she got a rude awakening. And if you guys want to see somebody get compromised right before our eyes, here's a perfect case study. I was on a dude's channel called Duke the Don. I revealed this paperwork on there. We were holding Melanie to the fire, and guess what Melanie did? She said some slick shit about, well, you know, Duke, I work with smaller content creators and I wish we could have worked together. So guess what Duke's doing now? He got Melanie on the next day, and now they're teaming up to go against me when the man just made 4 video exposés on Melanie. So guys, when these big content creators have smaller YouTubers coming out revealing information they don't want you to be privy to, their number one method of defense is to co-opt you, is to make you part of the coalition. And if they can't do that, then they're going to slander you. They're going to deflect. They're going to keep pandering. But ladies and gentlemen, they ain't going to come over here with Jason Black because he knows he stands on what he says. Just Pearly Things, you mentioned her. She came over in my chat. She was over on my channel talking about, you've done 60 plus hours of content on me. I got to respect it, because she thought I was going to get all smitten with her comments. And now I want to be part of the team and go over there on Pearly Row Records and get some kind of 360 deal. No. They don't know that Mike TV, similar to Jason Black, is a one-man army. And we can't be compromised.
Well, you know, definitely there's a lot of that going on, and it's worked in the past. I mean, the reason why they feel like it's reliable is it's worked. It hasn't been something that hasn't worked. It's actually worked. I mean, you know, like I say, they're able to take them Botox lips and purse them at people, and dudes are going for it. And they see it. Like, we can talk what we're talking here, but their DMs don't lie. Their DMs don't lie. I mean, I'm just the guy who's keeping it real with y'all that, hey, if you want to know why it is that Melanie King gets a bunch of dudes to back down, it's because they say one thing in public. They'll say one thing out here on YouTube, but if she show up in the DMs, they're going to flip. A lot of them. I'm not going to say all of them, but a lot of them who are talking, they're going to flip, man. They're going to flip. And then next thing you know, you find out later what's going on when they stop saying anything. I've never been a guy who tried to collaborate with people like that. That's never really been my thing. I don't have anything necessarily against it, but I haven't relied on that. But part of the reason why is because, then you start feeling like you're beholden. And principles of position are the first thing to get thrown out the damn window. I was not doing guilt by association with Courtney. That was not what I was doing. I was just pointing out the fact that, by the way, Pearly Things said that slavery was embellished. Black folk are lazy. Immigrants work harder. Black folk are always late. And your friend Nate said wasn't nothing racist about that. Okay, fine. Next thing you know, Courtney doesn't want to respond to me anymore. But she is responding. She goes big up Nate. So I'm like, I couldn't help but notice right after I talked about Nate, you don't want to respond anymore. You've been responding fine right up until then. So I'm like, okay, you'll forgive me if I didn't notice a coincidence of timing. Next thing you know, Melanie thinks you're a great person to tag. You know who she doesn't think is a great person to tag? Yours truly. So what I'm saying
Notice
is you
how
can
she
judge
came
people.
out saying that she's doing some kind of black woman roundtable talk stuff after we just exposed her, after we just dragged her. Guys, this is part of the damage control. You've been called out for your hypocrisy. Notice how she went over to that white girl's couch in the UK and she took out her weave. And she's speaking holier than thou, calling women Jezebels and whores of Babylon. And then she comes back to the States, puts the Medusa wig back on, and now she's drinking and twerking with MTR, talking about, I'll take my top off for $5,000. Make it make sense. Stand by what you say. But they can't. They won't. And when it comes to this manosphere, the manosphere is in shambles. We are watching the fall of Rome. And you know how you can tell? Look at what they're doing right now. They're so thirsty. They're so desperate for content that just like rappers or athletes fake date one another to grift off of each other's fan base. Now we got MTR doing these fake dating streams with Melanie Monaco, doing these fake dating flirty streams with Melanie King. Guys, we're watching them revert to the Chitlin circuit because they don't got no content to stand on, and their whole manosphere is in shambles right now. These fools don't even want to publicly admit they're a part of the manosphere. That's how bad it is.
Okay, maybe I'm out of the loop here, Mike. You said that Melanie said that she would take off her top for $5,000.
Yes, and if you want the receipts, I can send you an email on that live stream with MTR. She said, guys, send me actually, this is how crazy it is. Y'all don't peep game. Melanie wrote all those little slips in that jar that they were pulling from the jar, and she was acting surprised by what it said. Melanie wrote that.
Yeah, she said, yeah, that's what she said. Well, she said I remember her saying she wrote one of them. So like I said, I didn't hear everything. You might have heard
But either
more than I
way, she
did.
pulled out one that said, take your shirt off. And then she starts flaunting. She's like, oh, MTR, this is for you. And then he's like, no, this is for you. And then she looks at the camera and she says, well, guys, somebody send a $5,000 super chat and I'll take my top off. Come on.
Melanie, what you're saying is the going rate is 5 G's, Melanie? Is that what you're saying?
If y'all want to see her plastic titties, her manufactured chest, then it takes 5 racks.
I can swing that.
I'd rather put that on the down payment.
I can handle that. Melanie, by the way, I can make that happen. I sure could. I don't know how the family will feel about it, but I can make that occur. I can swing that.
Jason has expendable income, y'all.
I can swing it. Obsidian is sitting over there. Wait, how do you do that? How do you do that? But by the way, I could do that there. Now, I didn't say I will. But by the way, I just couldn't help but notice. So, that's something to keep in mind. But my first response is I can swing that. My second response is that's all. Now that's my second response. That's all.
This is supposed to be a daughter of a preacher, was married to a pastor. She wants to go to the UK and quote scripture and call women Jezebels and whore of Babylons. And she comes back to the States and she acts like a whore of Babylon herself. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. If I had a mother who was over the age of 40 and she was drinking and twerking, crying in 1 second, twerking in the next, talking about she'll take her top off for 5 racks, god damn it. Your children got access to YouTube, Melanie. I mean, this ain't a good look. This ain't a good look. I'd be damned if my mom was out here wilding like that.
Well, my point about it here is we have a lot of wayward kids out here, and I'm talking about young men. And the YouTube has just become a wild, wild west of unreliable, indefensible, and ridiculous schlock being passed off as information. And these things matter. The reason that they matter is whether you like it or not, there are folks who are taking her seriously. There are people who take this stuff seriously. If you want to know why I was on the phone, you all with Courtney for as long as I was. She spoke to a 55-year-old single mom who got remarried. I'm not casting aspersions on the woman herself. What I am saying is that's not going to be your experience. Mathematically speaking, it won't be. The bottom line is people take this stuff seriously. They do take it seriously. It's not entertainment to a good number of them because it is their lives. It is the real world to them. They believe that there's something in there. Let's just say it like it is. There are a bunch of guys because the audience is guys, not females. Melanie King does not have a female audience. She's got an incel male audience, but she doesn't have a female audience. Well, there's a bunch of dudes who are like, well, hey, say what you want to. Boy, if I had me abroad like that, I'd knock all of y'all in the head. So they hear her pandering to them, and they tell themselves, well, if I could just be what she wants to be, then everything will work. That's why I found it to be particularly skullduggerous when you go there on her community tab and she's sitting up here talking about, oh, God, asking for God to send her a man. That's the thing right there. I consider that to be particularly skullduggerous because I'm like, that's incel bait. That's incel bait. You're putting that on the public internet. I see what you're doing. This is Twitch TV. This is to keep the incels and to keep the beta males and to keep the guys who are sitting there with their Xbox controller in one hand and a bowl full of Cheerios in the other. This is to keep them watching and keep them believing that there's something that they could do, that you're available. What you're saying to them publicly is, hey, I'm available. And you know what? You're right. She is. Just not to you.
Facts.
Just not to you.
And hey, I got to get out of here, but before I go, as always, I got to salute you for the work that you've been doing. And apparently, I'm new to the party. I didn't know that you've been putting on this work. What people have been telling me between 8 to 12 years on YouTube. Is that right?
Closer to 15, but yeah.
Damn. Hey, I got to tip my hat off to you as always. But the last thing I want to mention, the reason why I was so successful with putting myself in the middle of that Just Pearly Thing situation and creating the content on it is because I've been on this since day one. Y'all can look at my archive. 9 months ago, I did a stream on Pearl because she did a video with some black girl where she was quoting Thomas Sowell. She was saying way worse things than the Nick Fuentes. Guys, if y'all are mad about the Nick Fuentes, the Nick Fuentes interview, the footage that I got on Pearl is 1,000 times worse. And she had a public on her channel for damn near a year. And then a couple weeks ago, when I started doing the rounds and I'm making my content on Pearl and I'm getting to the bag, I replayed that footage. And now she's since deleted it. So guys, Jason,
did they ever sue you?
No. And Jason, I don't know if you're interested in covering it. I don't know if you'd like me to email you the 50-minute long video where she's trying to rewrite the history of slavery in America that she's since deleted, but there's a big reason why she's deleted that video now. And if anybody's upset with the Nick Fuentes situation and her little comments about my Africans and this and that, then that 15-minute video is going to make your blood boil.
Well, definitely you can go ahead and send that to me. And while you're at it, fly Melanie a kite and let her know. By the way, don't be scared. She can go ahead and give me a call. Now, I don't know if I can get her OnlyFans kicked off for her. I don't know if I'm going to do all that. But, by the way, let Melanie know that, by the way, you've talked to everybody else in that regard. So, so nobody can say I'm being unfair. So, maybe she'll listen.
Why would Melanie be on my channel for 3 hours when I barely got 10,000 subs and Jason got what? It says 76, damn near 80,000 subscribers, 4,000 to 5,000 people watching the man. If she wanted to really do damage control, she should call Jason Black. You're the man that she should be speaking to, but I don't think she'll do that. And I know why. But hey, as far as your email, where can I find that? I don't know if you can put it
just send it to handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. That's handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. And that's only for Mike, folks. By the way, if you all know the rules, if I did not ask you to email me and you just volunteer because, Jason gave out an email address, remember, I block anybody who I didn't ask to send me an email. So to everybody else, fair warning, that email's for Mike. He can use that. It's only for people who ask. Anybody else, just understand, when you show up, you will be immediately blocked. I won't even check it. Well, my people won't even check it. We won't even look at it. So, Mike, it's free for you to go ahead and contact me on that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you once again. Major salute for all the work you've been doing, and I'll go ahead and send you that Pearl video as well as the documentation I've got on Melanie King if you're interested.
All right, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. We appreciate it. Definitely as well. Like I say, and Melanie is more than welcome to give us a call about that. She's more than welcome to check in. She's more than welcome to say her piece, by the way. They've been running all this damn time. But at the end of the should I do a poll on it, y'all? Should I do a poll? Should I do a poll? Is that something I should do? Should I do a poll? Perhaps I should get some input from Melanie. How about polls, Melanie?
So yeah, the poll should be like right here, the massage table on the other side. If
he had a poll, I would spin on it. I've never spent.
Oh, I gotta get a poll now. I
would spin on the poll.
Melanie, I'm gonna offer up a poll, an opinion poll. I may offer an opinion poll, folks. She said, did she really say that? In the chat room, did she really say that she would go topless? Did she really say she'd go topless? Really? 5K? She said she'd go topless for 5K. Man, look here. The service agreement on my Escalade costs more than that. I'm just saying. Really? Y'all are saying she did say that. She said 5K was all it takes. Really? Okay, there's some other females in the chat room like, hey, Jason, $1,500 to get me. Okay. All right. Fine. I can't say that too much because then there'll be some chicks who'll say that. There'll be some chicks who'll say that. They'll be. I'll start a damn stampede. I'll start a damn stampede. They'll be sitting up here talking about what they got. They'll have all kinds of problems about it. So, okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to tell you, okay? I'm just trying to tell you. All right. Somebody said if you can throw 5 stacks over there, we'll see what happens. All right. Do y'all think Melanie is worth 5 stacks? Where'd she come up with that? Do I need to do a poll on that, by the way? Where'd she come up with the number 5 stacks? I got a better question. Did anybody pay? I mean, not the 5 stacks, but by the way, how much does it cost to have a couple of hours of Melanie's time? I'm just wondering. All right, folks. Well, like I say, look, here's the bottom line. You can think whatever you want to. You can say whatever you want to here. But to the fellas listening, fellas, it is pathetic and it is absolutely disreputable. You have to start curating who you're listening to and who you pay attention to. And right now, I'm just going to say across the board, blanket statement, none of these females are reputable. None. Zero. Nada. And even to the ones that you want to say, well, they don't have bad motives. Okay, but not having bad motives has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not they are reliable sources of information. And things like this are exactly the reason why. This is why, as the men, we need to lead these discussions. And you can have the females weigh in, but only if a man's leading the discussion. If the women are there by themselves, just understand something is being sold. Somebody's trying to get their subscriber count and their subscriber base numbers up. Something's being sold. But what is not happening is something is being solved. There's sales being made, but not solutions. That's the only point I was making here tonight. And as the men, those of you who are men online, whether you're younger or whether you're older, we're not going to gain the respect of the world in general until we stop allowing ourselves to be an audience to things like this and boosting their profiles and big upping them and caping for them. There's absolutely no respect to be gained from that. Like the David G guy who called in earlier. Too many of y'all look like that. Too many of y'all look like that. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here for you all here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. I want to thank all of you who checked in here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all of your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. The Patreon is where you get heads up information. You get heads up information, like, for example, about when Jason was going to name names. My patrons have already known these things, but the rest of you found out a couple of weeks later. But if you want to stay on the cutting edge of what's going on, that's the place where you get the insights and the previews about what's happening here, as well as one-on-one time with me personally. So that comes in handy as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in and here watching. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Thank you for contributing and supporting. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.